Shall we start? Yes? Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to see you all here and also online. We are here for the EU-JAMRAI 2 Second General Assembly. And as you know, antimicrobial resistance is not selective. We all understand it spreads between human, animals, and the environment, highlighting that we are interconnected. That's why in Europe, scientists, doctors, veterinarians, farmers, policymakers, patients, and communities work together. This is the One Health approach. This is EU-JAMRAI. Today, we are entering uncharted territory with growing uncertainty about future policies all around the world. That is why the work we are doing is so critical. Every signature, every handshake is a promise to safeguard our future. Together, we all form the backbone of our collective effort. We are the backbone, the brain, and the heart of EU-JAMRAI. So, dear colleagues and partners, here and online, welcome to the EU-JAMRAI 2 Second General Assembly. I would like to thank all of you for attending this meeting, and especially the Austrian Federal Ministry of Labour, Social Affairs, Health, Care, and Consumer Protection for hosting us. Your presence today witnesses your ongoing commitment. And this morning, we also opened the exhibition Sketching AMR at the University of Vienna, and it was really a great event. But we will have occasion to talk about that later. To organize this meeting today, this General Assembly, these all 3 days, I want really to warmly thank the Austrian team, the always amazing communication team, and my precious and talented coordination team. They made a huge work in organizing these 3 days. So, over these 2 days of our General Assembly, we gather not only to share results, but also to celebrate how far we have come together. At this midpoint of our journey, we can already see how collective action across disciplines and borders is transforming AMR. We are also here to continue working through exchanges and brainstorming. So please do not hesitate to ask questions and share comments, whether you are in the room or online. You will also have many opportunities to discuss during the networking breaks around a coffee or a tea. And this is something new this year, that we have organized info corners during this break. So I invite you to visit these info corners to learn more and discuss with the leaders of the different tasks. I'm sure you will find many opportunities to implement in your countries pilot studies, training, mentorships, support programs. I let you discover that in the next session today and tomorrow. And on Friday, we will hold a stakeholder forum that gives stakeholders the opportunity to share their experiences and provide recommendations. But let's start today and with 3 welcome addresses. Before calling on stage the people who will give this welcome address, I have a technical, very important things to say to everyone. Never touch the black button. Never. You just go next with the green one and back with the red one, but never the black button. I don't know what will happen, but they told me never the black one. So if you do it, I will not be responsible. So let's start the meeting, and I'm very happy to welcome first the representative of the Austrian Federal Ministry of Labor, Social Affairs, Healthcare and Consumer Protection, Mr. David Neumeyer, Deputy Head of Department. Thank you very much. You have to stay in the middle.
So good afternoon from my side. It's a pleasure and honor to welcome you here on behalf of the Department for AMR and Healthcare-Associated Infections here at the Ministry of Health in Austria. Thanks for coming to Vienna. I actually want to introduce our State Secretary for Health, Ulrike Königsberger-Ludwig, which provided us with opening remarks in German. So afterwards I will translate the remarks. We can just start with it. Thank you.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie herzlich willkommen heißen zum Jahresmeeting der EU Joint Action Antimicrobial Resistance and Healthcare Associated Infection seitens des Bundesministeriums für Arbeit, Soziales, Gesundheit, Pflege und Konsumentenschutz. AMR stehen in enger Verbindung mit Healthcare Associated Infections und sind ein grenzüberschreitendes Problem. Deshalb braucht es in diesem Bereich europäische Zusammenarbeit auf Basis des One Health-Ansatzes. EU-JAMRAI 2 setzt genau hier an, durch den Austausch, durch starke Partnerschaften und den Weg von der Strategie zur Wirkung. Heuer wird dieses Projekt unterstützt durch eine künstlerische Aufarbeitung aus ganz Europa. Ich wünsche Ihnen gute, konstruktive Gespräche und einen guten Aufenthalt in Wien.
So, thank you. She mentioned that it's very important to connect AMR and healthcare-associated infections to have, to have a collaboration internationally or in Europe on that topic, and to have like a joint action in this area. She also mentioned the Sketching AMR exhibition, which was opened today here in Vienna at the university, and she wishes us all the best for the meeting, interesting, informative 3 days, good discussions and networking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neumeyer. Another thing after the black button for the speaker, stand here. or here with the crosses, but not everywhere. I know it's difficult because usually when I speak, I always walk, not now, not that time. So stay here because it's very important for people online if they want to follow everything. So now we are welcoming the European Commission with first a message from Mrs. Sandra Gallina, Director General for Health and Food Safety at DG Santé. And then after this video, we will welcome on stage Sigrid Weiland, Deputy Head of Unit for One Health and Antimicrobial Resistance at DG Santé. So please, let's start the video from Sandra Gallina.
Good morning, dear colleagues, partners, experts and liaison officers. A heartfelt thank you to our Austrian hosts in Vienna and to the EU-JAMRAI 2 consortium for this General Assembly. At the European Commission, we understand that antimicrobial resistance is more than a priority. It's an urgent existential fight that concerns all of us. The silent pandemic claims thousands of lives, over 30,000, and it puts future generations at risk. We cannot accept a world where common infections become deadly again. That is why we fight AMR with unwavering determination. And this is why the use of One Health approach, taking into account human health, animal health, and the environment, is so important. We reinforced our original One Health Action Plan with a Council recommendation in 2023. As many of you know, this recommendation calls for various things, including stronger national plans, better surveillance, prevention, more awareness, prudence around antimicrobial use, and more ambitious targets. Now, how are we putting all these things, I would say, into practice? I would like to mention the recent political agreement of the EU on the pharmaceutical legislation, this big reform. Here we have introduced powerful measures like compulsory prescriptions, targeted information in leaflets, and a new AMR awareness card to get to a better stewardship. These things empower patients and professionals. They safeguard antimicrobials as life-saving tools across our union. This is how we fight antimicrobial resistance, by making One Health part of our rules. On the global level, the EU leads with resolve. We work hand in hand with the WHO, with our partners. We drive the global action plan. We champion One Health in G7 and G20 discussions. We raise awareness through European Antibiotic Awareness Day, and we support the World AMR Awareness Week. In this battle, EU-JAMRAI 2 is indispensable. Your dedication helps us work here in Brussels and turn policy into action. Better tools, better surveillance, more antimicrobial stewardship, resources and more evidence-based guidance, all of this supports member states in their action. We want to bridge ambition towards reality. You know, this is very important. Now, we are at a critical juncture. If we want to succeed, we need unwavering commitment at national level. So, the European Commission has provided the framework, the guidance and the political momentum. Now, the baton passes to you. This is why your success will be measured by how well you embed all these things I just mentioned into your national strategies, your budgets, your institutions. I mean, this is our shared duty. By turning tools into action, we can save lives, we can secure a healthier tomorrow. Together we can rise to the challenge. Let's make sure that antimicrobials remain a beacon for generations to come. And I would like to thank you for your commitment. This joint action is very precious, and I really, really wish you a successful General Assembly. Thank you.
And it's not my pleasure to welcome Sigrid Weiland. Thank you, Sigrid.
This is turned on, so I do not press any wrong buttons. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ploy. Thank you very much, Mr. Neumeier. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this year's annual meeting of JAMRAI 2. For me, it's the first time, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I would also like to echo the words of my Director General, Sandra Garlina, and warmly thank our Austrian hosts for welcoming us in the beautiful city of Vienna. For the weather, nobody's to blame. And also, of course, the coordinators of JAMRAI 2 and all the people who were involved in the organization of this great event. So let me start with a maybe obvious but still urgent message. The work that you are doing matters, and today more than ever. As Director General Garlina reminded us, the most recent data published by the ECDC on European Antibiotic Awareness Day last year draw a worrying picture. Europe is currently not on track for 4 out of 5 of the AMR targets set by the Council recommendation on stepping up the fight against AMR in a One Health approach. Since 2019, the estimated incidence of 2 bloodstream infections with AMR continued to rise. And since 2023 saw a slight decrease in antimicrobial consumption. In 2024, it increased again, moving us further away from the target of a 20% reduction. Meanwhile, the share of antibiotics from the WHO access group remained stagnant at 60%. Also in the veterinary sector, the most recent report on European sales and use of antimicrobials shows a 5% increase in sales for food-producing animals as compared to 2023. Overall, it is clear that we still have significant ground to cover before we can reach the 2030 targets. And all of this is happening in a context that does not make it easier for us. Climate change, environmental pollution, and geopolitical conflicts are all contributing to the spread and to the maintenance of antimicrobial resistance. Taken together, these trends leave little room for complacency. They confirm that continued and reinforced action against AMR is not optional, it is essential. And it must be collaborative, coordinated, and firmly grounded in a One Health approach. This is precisely why the implementation of the Council recommendation is so important, and turning this recommendation into concrete and measurable action requires the joint commitment of the European Commission, the Member States, and all of you in this room. In this effort, the role of the liaison officers is particularly important. We rely on you to bring the knowledge, tools, and lessons learned through this joint action to the attention of the right people in national ministries and institutions, so that they are translated into national strategies, policies, and budgets. This is how European ambition becomes national reality. With a total budget of 62.5 million euros, including the 50 million euros from the EU for Health program, and 128 partners from all EU member states, Iceland, Norway, and Ukraine, JAMRAI is one of the EU's most important instruments for putting the Council recommendation into practice. And it is already a tangible result. Through the EU-JAMRAI policy group, which brings together national policymakers every 6 weeks, a permanent space for coordination, peer exchange, joint problem solving has been created. At the same time, professional networks such as the European AMR surveillance networks in veterinary medicine and environment, and the AMR communicators network are enabling systematic exchange of best practices across sectors, strengthening a truly European and One Health response to AMR. Through mentor-mentee working groups, participating countries have identified their key AMR priorities and developed concrete national roadmaps. This is reinforced by the EU-JAMRAI support program for policymakers, which is already strengthening national capacity to design, update, and implement evidence-informed AMR policies. Together, these efforts are supporting the real-world implementation of One Health national action plans. Alongside its support to the JAMRAI, the Commission is already contributing directly to the implementation of the Council recommendation. Let me briefly highlight 4 examples. First, we are strengthening cross-border coordination. Through the AMR One Health network, we are enhancing dialogue and cooperation across human health, veterinary, and environmental sectors within and across member states, between EU institutions, and with stakeholders. Second, we are reinforcing surveillance and monitoring. In November last year, the Commission published a feasibility study on integrated surveillance for AMR and antimicrobial consumption across human health, animal health, and the environment. Third, we are investing in research and innovation. The Commission is contributing 75 million euros to the new One Health AMR partnership for the period 2025 to 2035. This partnership aims to align national and EU research efforts, boost innovation, and importantly, improve the translation of knowledge into practice. Fourth, at international level, we actively support the implementation of the UNGA political declaration. For instance, by engaging in the quadripartite AMR multi-stakeholder partnership platform, supporting the implementation of AMR One Health action plans in the low and middle income countries, in particular through the Multi-Partner Trust Fund, and by supporting the upcoming independent panel for evidence for action against AMR. Looking ahead, and it has been already mentioned by Director General Gallina, we are approaching a critical moment. In 2027, the Commission will report to the Council on the follow-up to the Council recommendation, including progress towards the 2030 targets. To prepare for this, a study will be launched this year to implement the AMR monitoring framework, which was published in 2024. This study will assess progress, identify possible gaps, and highlight areas where possibly further efforts are needed. This study will also include consultation activities, including with JAMRAI. Also this year, a new special Eurobarometer on AMR will assess programs of the public knowledge and behavior related to the consumption of antibiotics across EU member states. The outcomes and findings of JAMRAI will be an additional important element which will feed into this assessment. In this regard, we were very happy to see that the interim report of JAMRAI will map JAMRAI's activities directly to the objectives of the Council recommendation, which is very helpful. Demonstrating JAMRAI's added value will be essential, not only to measure the progress, but also for future financing decisions in a context of competing policy priorities such as European security, competitiveness, and climate resilience. In this regard, JAMRAI's success stories are a powerful illustration of what this joint action is already achieving on the ground. Tomorrow, we will see a session showcasing them, moderated by my colleagues from DG Sante, Ivan and Kata. And I would like to conclude now, looking at the agenda of the coming days, from infection prevention to environmental surveillance, I see the full spectrum of what an approach to AMR truly means. The title of the first panel could even serve as a motto for this entire event and JAMRAI's work overall, accelerating and translating these into impactful AMR policies. That is exactly what JAMRAI is about and exactly what Europe needs. Of us, a very successful meeting and very much look forward to the discussions during the coming days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sigrid. And now it's time. It's time to embark on our annual meeting journey. And as highlighted Sigrid, why we are here. I won't give all this data because you know them very well, but I think it's important to remind, as Sigrid and Sandra Gallina said, why we are here is we are here because AMR remains a high-level EU and global threat with a high burden in human health, in animal health, and with a huge impact on the environment, with more and more attributable death to AMR. And as Sigrid said also, in the current context, armed conflict also prompt the spread of infectious diseases and AMR. So, as it has been said also, Europe has has a political answer with the different recommendation and declaration, but also an operational answer. And within this operational answer, We have the EU-JAMRAI, and the Commission has launched in 2017 the EU-JAMRAI 1. Following the 2023 recommendations, Council recommendation, and within the EU for Health program, the EU-JAMRAI 2, which aims is going from the Council recommendation to implementation in the 30 countries, in your countries, the partners of the joint action. So the first year of EU-JAMRAI 2 focused on evidence to build a strong foundation, and also focus on connecting people to ensure alignment across Europe. And we are 128, but we are not only the partners, but we are also stakeholders in the EU-JAMRAI 2 family, and we need your advice and recommendations. And as you can see, we have more than 70 stakeholders in EU-JAMRAI 2. And the first year of EU-JAMRAI 2 also yielded concrete and tangible results that you will discover within these 2 days. And I thank all the people who will present their work and your work during these 2 days. You will see the amazing results. And I thank them, and I thank them for their enthusiasm during these past 2 years and for the next 2 years. And as Sigrid said, we rely on you. And as partners, as country, as member states, your role is crucial for a sustainable future. So please, during these 2 days and in the next month and years, take the EU-JAMRAI 2 opportunity to strengthening your national action plans and practices, strengthen your national ownership in the choice of the activities you need to implement at national level, and do not hesitate to disseminate the EU-JAMRAI 2 activities at local, regional, and national level. Think global. So I wish you now a pleasant flight on board of the EU-JAMRAI 2 online, and our first stop of our journey will be on accelerating and translating priorities into impactful AMR priorities. You know what I've learned from EU-JAMRAI 1, because I was also the coordinator of EU-JAMRAI 1, and what I've learned from this exciting experience is that it all begins with commitment and political will. Countries establish policies, dedicate resources, and align strategies. Because reducing AMR is not just a local effort or a national effort, it is also a European collaborative responsibility and a priority that required shared values and political engagement. 30 countries are aligning their strategy under EU-JAMRAI 2, creating a strong foundation for One Health collaboration. So we start this session on policy engagement, policy commitment, by welcoming Mrs. Hannah Herblund, Director of REACT Europe, for a short keynote on Beyond Plans and Promises, how to make action on antibiotic resistance really happen. Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much.
And I promise not to press the black button. No, it's been here. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be here today, and especially to be in Europe today. It's been a turbulent week, and it's been a week where I think joint action in Europe has been felt much more than in many other weeks of the year. So I'm very much looking forward to hear how that is concretized in the field of antibiotic resistance, and also to work across disciplines. Because I think we know quite well with who to work with together. And I also think the solidarity between our countries has become stronger, as well as also that we still stand for Ukraine and for freedom and human rights and democracy. So we live in a world where these foundations and global collaboration and solidarity is severely challenged. Last year we saw how several global health threats were becoming more severe. At the same time as, including antibiotic resistance, and at the same time where health financing was decimated and bringing health systems really to the brink of collapsing. So in the political development that we see with the Trump II administration, not only exiting US from numerous global initiatives, turning away from the rule-based orders, undermining multilateralism that has been built over many years, making us needed to be prepared for situations that we didn't think we needed to be prepared for. But working in antibiotic resistance, we already show that it's possible that despite geopolitical divides, we can get things done in this field. And I'm thinking of the many disagreements that were around ahead of the UN high-level meeting in 2024 on AMR, where the political declaration was signed by all member states in the end. And also another example of the pandemic agreement. It was not perfect. There was a lot of countermeasures that could have been put in place and more equity felt in that document, but finally it was agreed on. So we do know that we, as European countries and in this region, we need to both lead by example, doing the work on national level, on EU level, but we also need to commit for the global fight against antibiotic resistance. So we'll need to do that by showing what can be possible, but also supporting countries that are not have the possibility and not the resources that we have to actually work consistently in protecting antibiotics for the futures. So, and I think EU-JAMRAI is a great example, as I said, and I also think that organization like REACT can come in and support in this work. So I've been asked to talk about how to make action happen. And I represent REACT, Action on Antibiotic Resistance, so I should know that. But also JAMRAI has action in its name, so you're also the experts here. How do we make it happen? I mean, for me, I'm a nurse. I graduated 25 years ago, and my first commitment when I thought of action was towards the patients. I came out and worked in infectious disease ward when MRSA, we had a huge peak among patients. And we actually did not have the routines and policies really in place locally. We had to create them as we went or adapt them. And also there to be able to comfort and explain to patients what these 4 letters meant and what kind of consequences they could have for themselves and the family, as well as protecting colleagues from infections and making sure that we uphold a safe environment for patients. Later on, I transited into humanitarian work, and action on antibiotic resistance there could be like, protect that small child from infection and making sure that even if we had to submit, 50 more children in one day in one ward, we were trying to continue to work according to infectious diseases and control practices. And, the matter of spacing the beds from a distance, run to the market and buy soap, that was also action on antibiotic resistance at that time. Then moving away also from there, realizing that actually to be able to save the life of that small child with severe acute malnutrition, it was a whole cascade of actions and things that were needed to happen to save lives. So it's much broader than the few meters around that hospital bed. So then, policy change and also to be able to also point to the responsibility of others is also action in this field. So, REACT, a couple of words about us, for those who don't know REACT. We were founded in Uppsala University 20 years ago, but with with an ambition, and actually we were global from the first day, I would say. It was really a network that wanted to create change on national and local and regional level. And we have then worked both with government and institutions to write up the first national action plans and also to help to implement them, the revisions of the national action plans. But we also, by showing by doing, had quite a few pilot projects and projects on community, in communities and in schools, and also a lot of awareness raising and policy to change. So React Europe, where I've had covered the role as director for the past 4 years, based at Uppsala University, we've been actually been acting in several processes at EU level to shape the agenda, not the least around research and development, where we have seen quite a few changes over the past years. But also since last year, we actually have a project together with Ukraine as part of implementation of the national action plans in Ukraine, and specifically focusing on IPC systems, knowledge and awareness. And we do this with close collaboration with the Swedish Public Health Agency. And I also want to take the opportunity to say that when we're talking about going from knowledge to policy to action, I think Ukraine has shown an extraordinary strength in this and determination to implement your national action plans amidst a situation of war after the full-scale invasion, and where actually health systems and all institutions are under extraordinary challenging conditions. So, what do we do then? What are the recipes? What is the recipe for moving in this field? So, I think where implementation can take place, both top-down and bottom-up, and also through mixed approaches. And I think that is what you have really good examples of here. From React's own work, we've been part of several top-down processes, such as national action plans, as I mentioned, revision and rollout, and specifically in LMIC through the partnership with Swedish Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA. And what we have seen here is that it's important to really break down these very big and comprehensive plans into actionable steps, and also especially in countries with limited resources, to actually know where to start, to prioritize. Also on the bottoms up, on community-based approaches, we have developed several ways of working for one example that I can mention here is on Alforja Educativa, which is a guides that encourage children to discover and learn and communicate about health-related topics in a playful and artistic methods. So this was started in a local project in Ecuador and is now actually taken up by more than 7 countries in Latin America, and also being implemented and integrated in curricula for schools. So we've also been part of developing something called Antibiotic Smart Sweden that we might have the opportunity to talk a bit more about later, together with Public Health Agency, RISE Research Institute of Sweden, and Strama. And here is really a vision-driven approach to engage all of society and motivate different actors in Sweden to participate in AMR focus, and through criteria, they can become antibiotic smart. And this is, if you're interested in these ways of working, please reach out after. We would love to do this, together with another European country at some point. But it brings me to the next point, actually, and it is context and interpretation. And here you represent more than 30 countries, I heard. So I guess even there's a lot of, things that brings our countries together. There's also great differences also within EU countries. And I think here, it's key to adapt policies to context and do proper implementation. Even the best policy in the world can fail in practice, and we can just not apply things from one place to another. We really need to recontextualize it and negotiating and adapting to local norms and constraints and goals. So one example that I can share here is that the Alforja Educativa project that we thought that we could implement in Kenya and Africa, it just needed to do a quite big revision for it to be applied to what would work in a school context in Kenya. So this is therefore important to involve frontline professionals and to really engage everyone who is also going to work according to these principles, and to give, time, space, mandate, and to apply this. Next thing I would like to mention, and I think it already have been touched upon, is like to build capacity, support, and infrastructure for change. So REACT has been able to support capacity building in these interfaces in many low and middle income countries. And also then here a picture from Sweden. And both in terms of from science to policy steps, and the following one, we need to support research and research team in interacting with policymakers and in policy arenas. So we can do that with trainings directly with ministries, or guiding on how to integrate new tools and guidelines and all that. But it's really the system that needs to be strengthened. And specifically here I can mention the funding issue, that is not only an issue for low and middle income countries, but also here that you can have a process finance all the way through developing everything, but then, the rollout sometimes is forgotten when it comes to budget lines. So, then, hold on one second. So enablers, there's sometimes, I would like to say, we need to treat implementation as a process and not an event. So we see several successes of this also outside of Europe, but there are often times when we sit and they think like, okay, we did everything right. We have defined all the steps, but we still, it just doesn't take off, What is missing then? And you mentioned it already, the political will. The commitment needs to be there. And political will is just not a magic. It's just not something that happens like that. It's not a mysterious force. It needs to be built. And last week I joined the Gates Nordic Gatekeepers event in Stockholm, where Bill Gates attended, and the Swedish Minister of Health, Jakob Forssmed, he is the vice chair also of Global Leaders Group. And he mentioned, once you have understood AMR, you cannot un-understand it. So like if you get it properly explained to you, and this time it was actually by the founder of REACT, Otto Kars, professor, who he invited in the first week of office, you are then stuck with it. You cannot not act on it. I'm not sure if it's totally true for everywhere, but I like to think that it is so. So it's really up to us to really explain the issue of antibiotic resistance, and also do it in a way that is actionable. Because politicians and decision makers, they don't really understand this with abstract warnings, and maybe like things like multi-sectorial approach needs to be strengthened. It's just not going to resonate. So we need to do something more. And the fact that the minister himself brought up, newborns and also cancer care in his speak, it tells us something, that we need to be concrete. And I know I have very little time left, but I want to say that here, the examples for this morning with art exhibition can also be a way to get to that part, the understanding that goes beyond. So when it comes to the other thing is the champions. And I think the way that this meeting was open with, the backbone, the brains and the hearts of people in the room, champions is just not the ambassadors, it's everyone. And I think sometimes that you need that person with the stubbornness and the energy to get it done. And that you need to find that and collectively create that force together. And I think like for REACT, this is what we breathe of, We have like for REACT Africa, for example, it sits that energy also in the faith-based organizations, or in Asia it's really in the youth, and in Latin America in the social movements, and here in Europe we feel like it's all across the One Health spectrum actually. So I think that, you know, to continue to be that backbone, brain and heart would be like very important, and we're happy from REACT to be part of that going forward. So really looking forward to the next part of the meeting, and thank you, and sorry for taking one more minute too long.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna, for this inspiring word, really. And let's continue. And now we now hear about the EU-JAMRAI 2 actions from the teams leading the country's engagement actions. And I first call on stage Benjamin Davido from the French Ministry of Health. Where are you, Benjamin? Here.
Thank you, Marie-Cécile. Thank you, everyone, for being here, and thank you to the previous speaker for this excellent overview. And I'd like to add that as an infectious disease specialist taking care of patients suffering from antimicrobial resistance, all we are doing today and during the ongoing weeks and thereafter is very important for me. I'm very proud to be here with you today. And I know that everybody here is engaged in a way about AMR, and so as we said, dissemination, communication is very important, and if we are here, I think that our main goal is that what we will learn today will get disseminated outside of this hall and outside of this city and everywhere in Europe. So maybe before just we start, we can go, yeah, I know I don't have to press the black button, which is the black swan as far as I understand. So normally, I don't know if you see my slide, there is a special, which is the current slide, no, sorry. The current slide is this one, what are you, yeah, no. So I want to go to the next one. So we have this particular menu from the chef today, as we are French. And in this session, we will showcase you how EU-JAMRAI 2 can truly act as a vehicle. And you will see my particular vehicle. I like cars, I must say, especially German cars. And we want to accelerate this action, as previously mentioned by Marie-Cécile, if we want to fight properly antimicrobial resistance against across Europe, sorry. So we will focus on then how to accelerate our national action plan action and how to implement and increase our impact together. Then the team responsible for evaluation will showcase the impact of our actions, and we will go and highlight why sustainability matters before closing with remarks and maybe, if needed, with some question and obviously answers. So setting the scene, just to say, I won't repeat what Marie-Cécile and others just previously said, but AMR affect in a certain way all of us, not only in humans, but on every sectors. And no country is spared, as you might know, even outside of Europe. And that's why we are here today. And as you will see, there is no shortage, no shortcut. So we have to act together to challenge AMR. And we have to move from intention to implementation, and that's why I think we're all doing here. So what we proposed here was the slide, if you were familiar to it and were in Bilbao last year, we showcased in 2025. And I'd like to bring you back to what we presented last year in the General Assembly, where we introduced this bridge that I hope you do remember. And which was, the main purpose was to illustrate how we were all connected together. And the key message was that turning outcomes into national action plans and policies requires strong memberships, engagement, robust evaluation, and long-term sustainability with all relevant actors working together and stakeholders. So this bridge represents the pathway from shared work and evidence to concrete national impact. Here is the timeline of AMR over time. I think this slide, maybe you know it, is very important. It's illustrated from our French national agency and has been translated. And I'd like to take just a minute and go by it and provide you a little bit of context. This timeline clearly reminds us that AMR is not a new phenomenon. It has evolved alongside every major antibiotic discovered has been affected by IMR. Almost a century after the discovery of penicillin, resistance emerged quickly, and we've seen the same pattern repeated over and over across all antibiotic classes, and unfortunately, more rapidly over time, even within a decade. And this is obviously a bad news for the patient we're treating. And as far as I remember, antibiotics were discovered in 1928, so we're approaching the century, and we need to find solution to an alternative to antibiotics. At some point, there is even hope that infectious disease, as you can see, might disappear and will vanish. Today, we know that the reality is the opposite. IMR continues to spread, and the global forecast for 2050 is extremely alarming, is not so good. Our objective here is precisely to change that trajectory and to act early enough to avoid that scenario where infectious disease could become the leading cause of death, while now it's a cardiovascular disease. So what we propose for 2026 for this General Assembly? We are keeping the idea of this bridge that was quite working well, and we are upgrading the metaphor. This year, we invite everyone to embark in our time machine using not a German car, but a DeLorean, inspired by the movie that you might know, Back to the Future. The car is powered by 3 enablers, which are the member states' engagement, sustainability and evaluation, and of course, as you can see, there is a clear IMR ambition depicted by the IMR symbol. The idea is simple. We want to ensure that the outcome of the JAMRAI 2 across antimicrobial stewardship and embed also infection prevention control, surveillance, access, communication, and they are not only produced but truly implemented at every stage and every level, and obviously at national level. So, as you will see, there is an animation, and as the door opens, we are bringing the JAMRAI outcomes on board and driving them straight toward to a better future. So here we are. And now you see that the machine is accelerating, moving forward and reinforcing collective efforts to reach our 2026 objective through concrete action on the ground. After 2 years of work, we now have strong foundation and we are coming together to increase our impact. Our ambition is not only to slow IMR, but we want to push resistance level back to what we've seen before decades ago. That's why we showed you this timeline. And just like in the movie, you see that the car just disappeared. So where is the car now? Because we're trying to change the timeline, we're now embracing, and where IMR has followed too far and too long ago. So actually, we're on the other side of the bridge, and now we are now facing in 2026 a new timeline with new milestones. And you can see that the next one is in 2030, 2040, and 2050. Today, the challenge remains a widespread circulation of resistance, including multi-drug resistance organisms and extremely drug-resistant organisms. That's how we call them in Europe. But what we want to show here is that there is a different future possible. By 2030, we aim to see a major reduction in extremely drug-resistant organisms in line with current European target. And I think this is very important we achieve them. And beyond that, with the actors we are developing and supporting at national level, we believe that we can significantly reduce widespread resistance by 2040 and beyond, and ultimately counter the most pessimistic scenario for 2050 in a sustainable manner. So thank you for your attention, and I think I give the floor to Corinne.
Thank you, Benjamin, for setting the scene. And I have to say, it's a beautiful scene. It helps us in knowing where we came from, but it also shows us where we need to go. And you have been introduced to the car, which is, I have to say, it's been beautifully designed by Benjamin. He gets all the credit for this. And it was his brainchild, but we embrace the brainchild because we think it's a very good metaphor, and it's an upgrade of our Bilbao bridge that we had before. But how are we going to drive this car? I mean, it should be big enough for all of us to be in it. So we are using JAMRAI as our driving force to accelerate our work. And I have to see now which slide. I'm going to be on, yes. So we're sticking with the metaphor of the vehicle. We're going to be using JAMRAI as our vehicle to move things forward and to accelerate our impact. And the potential is huge. JAMRAI's potential is huge. The foundation has been laid, the bridge has been built, and all we have to do now is move forward and to really start implementing. And this word has been used a lot, but we are at the halfway point now of JAMRAI, and this is really where we are. So it's time to hop on the car and drive. But the big question is, how are we going to do that? So we want to start by giving you an overview of the playing field that we are on at the moment. So we've seen JAMRAI has a lot of potential. We have heard backbone, we have heard brains. We have a lot of this brain power in this room right now. And we're going to show you the playing field and the elements that we can see here. So we have budget, which has been also indicated by our coordination team. There is budget. As Work Package 5, we have indicated policy priorities, and we have identified 2 policy priorities per country that we are working on. The other elements on our playing field are the liaison officers. They have been mentioned as well by the previous speakers, as really are sort of not the people that have to do all the work, but very instrumental people in our work packages. The other elements of our national playing fields are, of course, the policymakers. And the liaison officers are the ones that have to find the connection with the policymakers. And importantly then, the next step to take is to make sure that the intersectoral coordination, the One Health elements, are really reaching the decision makers. And this is obviously the bottom-up approach that we are working on. And ultimately, this will lead, hopefully, in an ideal world, to development and implementation of an AMR NAP. And I think actually this is, the graph is upside down, because I think we redesigned the graph so that everything would be the other way around, where the EU Council recommendations are the underpinning of our framework. So you just have to like turn it around, put the Council recommendation at the bottom, and then work your way up towards the national implementation, the implementation of the AMR NAPs. Yeah, so I think that would be my part of this presentation, and I hand over the floor to Karina. And I do hope we have the rest of the slides that are not the old ones.
Thank you so much, Corinne, for bringing this context. And also, what we need to know is that we have a window of opportunities, we have tools to bring national implementation into action. So here we want to outline those. So JAMRAI has provided us with a strong network of expertise and resources across Europe, and the protagonists of this network are the liaison officers in each of our countries. They act as the link between our project and the national policy processes. We also count with the policy group, which is here to connect the policy officers and the governance across countries. Finally, we understand that one size does not fit all, and even though AMR is a shared challenge, each of our countries require a tailored approach and a particular way of tackling AMR, and this is why we have brought the support program to help policy officers and to help countries in a tailored way to tackle this. So now, when we go to the first element and the protagonists of this, the liaison officers, as we like to call them, a spider in the web. Who they are, of course, an important element of an implementation. They are the link of Work Package 5 and the National Action Plan of each country. They are also the key connector of the JAMRAI and also the ICMs and the national decision makers. The liaison officers are also the linking point between the JAMRAI and the technical work packages and the countries. And they are here, of course, for facilitate the alignment of their countries with the EU Council recommendation. And now I will give the floor to my colleague, Gil.
Well, thank you. I'll be touching upon something that was beautifully introduced by Mrs. Weiland actually already, so I can keep my slides fairly short, I think, of my presentation. I will follow up my this slide actually, the one that I'm showing you right now, on Karina's introduction of what the liaison officer is, because those, let's say, spiders in the web, right, come together every 6 weeks, as already mentioned, really to form this strong network of people collaborating. We do face a lot of different challenges, a lot of different needs, but only together we can actually try to tackle this. So we try to make, we build with Work Package 5 the foundation of all those people working together within this policy group. The representatives of the policy group are, of course, the LOs, the spiders in the web, but we also make the connection and the link with the technical work packages, with the European Commission, with the national decision makers that are not officially part of JAMRAI, really to, again, form the fundaments of this collaboration, share best practices, come together and learn from each other, which is, as we all know, as for now, very important since we are facing a lot of challenges, even within our own capacities. Within the network, we really do see that the involvement of all One Health sectors is a challenge, especially when it comes to the environmental sector, something we really try to encourage as well. We really do have limited time, limited people. There are some of us, including Benjamin, I believe, who is working at the hospital for 3 or 4 days a week, and with this one available day trying to help us. The position of the hierarchy of the liaison officers is a challenge too. We really do see that there's a lot of potential. This potential is seen by us, is even seen by the European Commission, but sometimes is not really seen by the people higher up in the hierarchy. And at the same time, we also, of course, see the lack of political awareness. There's a lot of more challenges our world is facing, which could sometimes in some member states result in AMR being low on the political agenda. A lot of challenges that we are trying to not cover, but at least play a quick, small role in. Which we're doing with the support program. So based on all member states' needs and challenges, translated into 2 national policy priorities of all member states, we built a support program, again, to tackle those needs together. A great example of one of the actions out of the first module of the support program is the AMR policymaking course. That's the most general module, let's say, of knowledge enhancement, things all people joining the policy group could benefit from. We are organizing this policymaking course for policymakers, but also for experts in Berlin in March. So if there's any more people that want to participate, please let us know. The second module is a more tailored one, so based on the clustered or bundled needs of the member states, we are offering tailored support in thematic working groups. And the third one is the most tailored one and is support offered by Work Package 5 on a very individual base. So individual member states requiring policy needs or help from, again, from a Work Package 5 perspective. So again, there's a foundation, we have a network, we have money, we have the LOs, so the foundation was laid, and now it's up to us to make this network that is there even stronger, to really support all together, also with the stakeholders, all the important LOs, and to really use this available resources to implement and develop our national action plans. Thank you. I will now give the microphone to my colleague Nerea from Work Package 3.
Thank you. So, as our colleagues have already shown, the potential of EU-JAMRAI 2 is vast. Many activities have already been carried out and many more yet to come. So now it's time to showcase all the impact of this potential. So in this context, we feel that evaluation can serve somehow to ensure that our activities are aligned, remain aligned with our objectives, and also that they generate the tangible impact we intend to see. So at the beginning of, at the onset of the project, we defined an evaluation framework, including the indicators. We collectively define our indicators. We already defined the monitoring methodology for these indicators, and we also included the approach for the impact assessment, both during the project and beyond, of course. And importantly, we took into consideration the needs and preferences of our main key actors, our target audiences. So once this evaluation framework was defined, then we implemented a systematic methodology for the indicators tracking. So this is mainly consisting of tracking, again, our main outputs and the related results, I mean, all the activities that we plan. So with these foundations in place, and now that we are in the second half of the project, so now it's time to measure, to demonstrate the impact of these activities. So to this end, the evaluation team has worked on two main key actions. First, a stakeholder consultation process, and second, an internal reflection about the impact assessment. So for the first key action, now I'm giving the floor to my colleague, Ismael Martinez.
Thank you, Nerea. Thank you, Nerea. Thank you so much. So based on our evaluation framework, we have two different approaches. The first one is a quantitative approach. It's more like a dashboard showing where we want to end up at the end of the project. But we have also another approach. This is the qualitative approach. And for us, in this project especially, is more like the fuel for the DeLorean to get or try to improve the implementation processes and speed up the project in the following 2 years and beyond, if possible. So talking more about this qualitative approach, we have conducted 3 different focus groups with different stakeholders. You have the methodology of the focus groups, and I will explain a little bit more that. So the first focus group was addressed to policymakers, liaison officers, and representatives from different ministries of health in Europe. And the second one was addressed to IPC and AMS stakeholders, also from around Europe. And finally, we focused our effort in a focus group dedicated exclusively to the sustainability of the project, with representatives from DG Santé, EFSA, and the University of Antwerp. The most important point here is that the moderation guides were co-created with experts in policy engagement, sustainability, and IPC and AMS. And we kept the One Health perspective as our overarching theme in all of the focus groups. So I will take advantage of this forum to present some preliminary results. We are still delving into this information. In the following months, we expect to provide more information, but at least a glimpse of the preliminary results. So for the first focus group, the policy group, those representatives have a sort of top-down approach because they are at high level in the system, and they provided information about many gaps they see, obviously, in the at governance and the high level of the system, but also they refer to disconnection among sectors and among actors. So it's not only among the human, animal, and environmental health, but also at different levels and different parts of the system. That was interesting because they were concerned in reaching out lower levels of the system, in filtering down the policies and get implemented somehow. So when we talk with the APCMS stakeholders that are in the field and are those have sort of bottom-up approach, the first thing they said was that the project was perceived as successful, or at least they are the EU-JAMRAI is providing useful tools, and they perceive gains in some fields, in IPC, in IMS, in animal health, veterinary, and even in the behavioral change model. They see that there are a lot of potential and is useful, our EU-JAMRAI project. But also they refer to barriers, obviously, and there are many that are structural. Some of them refer also and mentioned in the policy group, but they were mainly concerned about the sustainability of the actions and the tools beyond the project, after the project ends. So let's see the sustainability group. This sustainability group is, interestingly, is having a middle ground in between, and they provide very insightful topics. They also identified previously barriers because they are quite informed of the situation, but they propose solutions for the main priority outcomes in IPC, surveillance, and access to antibiotics, because we purposefully asked them about that. And when you see the whole picture, it seems that there are some convergence, at least in some common strategies. So I will try to show a big picture, taking into account the three focus groups altogether. So we have internal and external drivers. From the external part, we have the policies from the EU Commission, and that exert pressure in policies to get implemented, but also there are the public opinion that with that bottom-up approach is enacting also policies, and is quite important for politicians. So it's like a catalyzer also for policies. And we have some cross-cutting barriers. The most referred ones are the limited funding, human resources shortages, inter- and intra-country variation. So there are some levers of the system that can cope or could cope against these barriers, such as binding budget and responsibilities, policy frameworks that encompass and integrate, get together human, animal, and environmental fields. Also, political will, ownership, and leadership should appear there as levers of the systems. And we identified a sort of broad group of strategies. They are intertwined, interrelated. They are targeted communications. There are many opportunities that are not considered to influence key actors and stakeholders. And there should be some alignment of priorities that is not always taken into account. They are intertwined. They are also interrelated or closely related with political will, leadership, ownership. And finally, at more local level, we need to identify new formulas to translate evidence into practice. And the tools that are already provided in EU-JAMRAI that are standardized to get a common floor for all countries should be adaptable for local context and different countries. And all the three focus groups identify the environmental field as a challenge that is not solved, is not overcome yet, but we are still delving a little bit more in the qualitative analysis. We expect to provide some extra information about that, and that would be the results so far. So I will give the floor again to Nerea to explain a little bit more about the impact assessment. Thank you.
So the second key action that we propose from the evaluation team is an internal reflection methodology about the impact assessment to bridge the gap between our activities, our daily activities, and focusing on the impact, on how to measure, how to demonstrate the impact of all the activities we are doing. So on the upcoming months, we will contact you all, to the partners, to make this together, this reflection around these 5 main questions that you can see here in the slide, I hope. Yeah. So these 5 questions can be summarized in 3 main steps. First, defining the target transformation. So now we have to define the what. So as a consortium, the proposal is to answer the question of what systematic change do we intend to see. So this means identifying the shifts in the AMR landscape that should persist long after the project concludes. Second step, the stakeholder-centric evolution impact driven by people. Marie-Cécile has already shown at the beginning the numerous stakeholders we are working with. So together with our stakeholders, the question that we propose to answer is, what specific behavior needs to change in these actors? So by defining this evolution, we somehow ensure that we are working with a purpose. And third step, indicators of success and attribution. So the proposal is to define a working plan, specifying mapping activities to these outcomes, to these desired outcomes. So we need to define the evidence of change. How will we verify objectively that these changes have happened? So here we are talking about establishing thresholds of success somehow. So these 5 questions and these 3 steps, the main goal here is to ensure that EU-JAMRAI 2 drives the sustainable change we promised, we think of at the beginning of the project. And to explain this work on the sustainable change, now I give the floor to Marie Fuentes. Thank you.
Okay, so having discussed now how we are engaging member states and how we are evaluating the impact of our activities, we will now turn to the question, which is how do we make sure that the efforts that this consortium is putting out will last and will continue to make a change against AMR over the next decades. So why sustainability matters? Because we are planning for long-term impacts. When we consider the scale of the burden of AMR, which was presented by Benjamin, and the level of investment that has been made by European countries, by the European Union, and by this consortium, we realize that this is not just a time-limited project. We do not see the JAMRAI as a 4-year initiative, but a long-term commitment with, like you said before, over 120 actors involved in Europe and beyond. So in reality, we do not have 2 years left, but we have 2 years to make sure that what we put out now will continue to exist, to function autonomously, and to create impact beyond 2027. So that is what sustainability really means to us and what we are trying to achieve with you all present today. So this is just to provide you with a reminder of a methodology to assess and reinforce the sustainability of our action. In the first stage of the JAMRAI action, we developed a sustainability guidance tool, specifically for this joint action and specifically having in mind the governance of AMR. So this tool aims to support the identification of what we call priority outcomes, while also assessing their implementation challenges and limitation at national, EU, and beyond level. So, like I said, its objective is really to identify the gaps and the needs, and in collaboration with the work package leaders present today, we will develop a consolidated roadmap that will form the basis of this joint action sustainability report. So this is where we are today. So this is a quick update on the project's priority outcome up to this day. For the process, we have led the first rounds of exchanges in spring of 2025 and have given feedback to the work package lead over the summer to help refine them. So today we have 7 priority outcomes identified, which is bringing us closer to our target of 10. Our goal with this work is really to pinpoint key outputs and outcomes, drive their adaptation by partnering countries at national level, ensuring that the work that we all put together will last through their implementation in national action plans. Okay, so where does this lead us? This is a glance at the priority outcomes. Of course, this is a teaser. You will hear more about all the wonderful initiatives throughout the next few days. But in AMS, I will start with AMS, the consortium has identified the main outcome to be connecting professionals across the EU through mentor-mentee schemes and to support them through shared educational resources and science-led guidelines. For IPC, the project seeks to establish and promote the uptake of coherent national and EU frameworks across human, animal, and environmental sectors that is backed by tools, training, and behavior change approaches to ensure long-term implementation. Surveillance efforts will reinforce a coordinated One Health monitoring system, including reinforced AMR animal monitoring via EARSVET, also annual integrated national reports, and a living human sector dashboard, providing key AMR indicator for decision makers. On access, the initiative will aim to secure government commitments that extends beyond project duration to strengthen the availability of selected priority antibiotics as well as veterinary vaccines. And awareness-raising activities will focus on sustaining EU-wide One Health communication frameworks that fosters cross-sector collaboration and embeds AMR messages into national and European initiative. Across all priority outcomes, we have identified several recurring challenges, highlighting where our efforts needs to focus on. For formats like online platforms, the main issue seems to be ensuring that the key platforms that are created stay updated and relevant once the project's funding mostly ends. It causes an issue of how do we safeguard all of the work that we have put out, the webinars, the training platforms, the documents, the guidelines, all of this. With regards to human networks that were created, it all comes down to the human factor. We mentioned the HR resources, but it's also how do we keep people engaged? How do we keep the communication going? How do we have people finding the time when this time is not being allocated to us anymore? On training materials, we face the challenge of remaining accessible and integrated. How do we combine the structured programs with the peer-to-peer learning and the shared platform in a way that it is accessible to all and at all times? Because obviously we have gathered a collective today, but there are professionals in the next few years that will need these resources to be accessible to them. Lastly, for surveillance networks, the success will depend on clear mandates, as well as strong engagement, both from countries but also from international organizations. Who will be responsible to run these networks, and how do we make sure that surveillance data keeps on being updated and brought up to these tools and networks? So it is through answering these questions that we'll ensure that the dashboards and the surveillance tools will remain effective and actionable. So all these challenges that we have identified so far underline the importance of collective action. The revision of the priority outcomes over the next few months will address them, and achieving lasting impact will require collaboration with all of you present today. So as we move toward long-term sustainability, our focus is on making these priority outcomes last over time. Over the next 2 years, we will use a 3R strategy, which will consist of us revising, revisiting, and refining the priority outcomes so that they remain relevant and actionable. We will be strengthening our engagement with public authorities to support the uptake and address the barriers that we've identified in the next few months. Policy briefs will be a powerful tool to elevate these messages at the political level, turning technical work into strategic action. Lastly, the EU-JAMRAI's sustainability report will bring all of this together. It will reflect our collective efforts to provide a concrete roadmap for member states to carry JAMRAI's outputs into the national action plans. So in short, we would like to emphasize that sustainability is not an afterthought, and I will use the image again, but I will say it is the backbone of how we ensure that this work continues to deliver impact even beyond the project duration. So I will now, thank you. I will now give the floor to Benjamin to wrap up on this.
Thank you, Marie. Just to be reassured, I think this is the last slide we do have. And right now, this is not anymore the doctor that will speak, but the researcher. And today I want also to discuss with you about translating theories to action, which are composed and based around 3 pillars. For me, to basically fight antimicrobial resistance, we must translate scientific knowledge into targeted action. And I think that all of you will share this opinion also. First, you do have on these 3 pillars the public authority that you can see on the slide, with needs that are clear, brief and concise policy briefs, and dedicated reports to guide national strategy. Second, you have the scientific community, which rely on robust evidence-based medicine through guidelines and also peer-reviewed publications. And finally, the general public, which is ultimately the combination of these 2 worlds and need accessible, simplified message to turn that complex science into daily behaviors. And that's actually what we saw during the COVID pandemic. So by adapting our communication to these 3 audiences, we ensure that AMR actions are understood, adopted, and very impactful for the largest audience as possible. So about the power of scientific publication and dissemination and time-stamping. Here we have a very powerful illustration of why publication and publishing in high-impact scientific journals really matters. On the left, you see the famous 2014 O'Neill spiral, which was made, I think, by a UK publisher. A simple and very visual estimate massively disseminated its reports, and we illustrated the expected number of deaths of 10 million by 2050. If you do remember, before we just saw that we were on a different timeline, and actually this is the good news. The newest estimation are lowest. This figure was massively disseminated through reports, media, policy briefs, and conferences, and it became the global reference for more than 10 years. Why? Because it was published, shared, stamped with a clear date, and it was established for a forecast in 2050. So if we fast forward on the right part of the slide to 2024, a new landmark study in The Lancet gives us updated estimate based on the latest data, and I think Marie-Cécile illustrated that on our first slide. 39 million cumulative deaths directly attributable to bacterial AMR between 2025 and 2050, so approximately 1.9 million deaths per year until 2050 with this new reference scenario. Now everybody's talking about this 39 million of deaths and figure, which for exactly the same reason before, a strong journal, excellent dissemination, and a clear publication date and forecast. That's why our joint action and our effort is very important, and we must encourage everybody to disseminate as much as possible to serve as an official timestamp of our efforts. And thus, we must regularly refine and reevaluate against the latest consolidated evidence we do have in our project. So, first of all, I want to thank everybody for this collaborative work and all your efforts that allowed us to achieve this work in the Lancet Regional Health Europe in 2025. This slide highlights how evidence we generated through the JAMRAI 2 is coordinated around the One Health approach strategy, and it does not remain confined to reports, but truly and actively helps to overcome the silo we just discussed earlier. It is translated into communication, policy engagement, and concrete actions that help to tackle AMR across Europe, reaching stakeholders and even the media to raise awareness among the widest audience as possible, as just illustrated. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who contributed to this collective effort, which resulted in this high-impact publication visible and accessible to all. And I can also add that this paper will be showcased in the ECMID conference in Munich next April. Thank you, and I give the floor for closing, I think, the session to Corinne.
Thank you, Benjamin. I think it's very obvious that we are driving our car. We have taken you along for the ride, and we hope you enjoyed it. And before I give the floor to you, because we really want to hear from you as well, we're not just talking at you, we want to have a conversation with you and a discussion with you on what you have just heard. And you've heard a lot about policy implementation. the playing field that we are working in, the support program and the tools that we have at our disposal. You've also seen that we are evaluating the work that we are doing. So we're not just moving forward without reflection, but we really want to see where the impact is and where we need to steer the car into a different direction. And also, you've seen about how we are planning to make our work live past 2027 and to make it sustainable. So what are the main takeaways? You've heard them before. The foundation has been laid, the backbone is there, the brains are here, the budget is here, the know-how and the energy. So there's really nothing stopping us from implementing our work. And also to prove the predictions for 2050 wrong. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to the room. Are there any questions? Are there any ideas? Are there any challenges to what we have just presented to you? For example, the people in the room that are using the support program or that have participated in the focus groups, are there any things that you would like to share with us now? We have enough time before we break for coffee, so don't be shy. This is your moment.
Maybe I can.
I can't see any hands actually, so it's very difficult to see anything.
So please shut up if you are.
If you are still alive and awake, I know it's very hot in here, and it's even hotter here.
I can start with the first question.
Yes, do, yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes?
You want to stand here?
I can start with the first question. Can you give us more details about all you have built with the support program? Because maybe some partners do not know yet what they can use and implement. So can you give us a few details about how is built the support program?
Absolutely. So the first year of JAMRAI, what we focused on was trying to get a very good idea on the needs that the countries have and where they want to, sort of in which direction they wanted to move. So we identified priorities. We called them policy priorities because we are obviously in JAMRAI trying to implement more at the sort of policy level and in national action plans, also using obviously the know-how from the other work packages. So with these 2 policy priorities per country, we've asked the liaison officers, but in collaboration with all their colleagues in the country, because they can't do it on their own, to make a roadmap. So to really think about, you have this priority, where do you want to end up at the end of JAMRAI, and which steps do you need to take to implement this? And so we've chosen 2 because you can't do everything. And with these policy priorities, we have made working groups within the support program, and we have grouped countries that have the same needs and the same challenges. And we have also linked them up with sort of like, we call them good practitioners, so countries that have maybe already partly solved the issue. And so we're trying to exchange best practices here, very much also aware of the national context. You can't just take one practice and implement it in another country. But enabling the discussion about this and to really come up with practical suggestions is what we're trying to do in these working groups, as one example.
Thank you.
Christine.
Thanks very much. Very, very interesting. Just want to hope that DeLorean runs on clean, renewable energy, electric. That's where we need to be. So I'm just curious about, we know that financing is a big problem.
Yes.
Do these national action plans have to cover human, veterinary, and environment? Because we know we have limited resources. So is the work that you're doing enabling that prioritization?
That's a very good question. We hope that the policy priorities that we have on the table are the ones that the countries want to focus on. So we are basing ourselves on that, because what else can we do? But obviously 2 is not enough. You can't do everything, but you also have to do more than 2. But we wanted to keep it achievable, and also knowing that the outcomes of the more technical work packages also require policy implementation. So I think by the end of the day, and you've seen what we're trying to do in the other work packages as well as sustainability, we will have maybe 8 priorities that we try to focus on, but all of this without maybe extra funding. So it has to be found, we need to find a way of implementing it without maybe the political commitment, without the funding. So this is our big challenge, and I don't have the answer, but at least we are putting our brains together to try and achieve that. The answer's here, yeah.
And remind that in one publication, Benjamin told about publication, in one publication they really showed that there is a direct correlation between the approval by the government, the fundings, and the mortality rates. And so more you have an app government approved, more you have an app funded, less you have deaths attributable to AMR. So
Absolutely.
I think it's a direct correlation that should help us to have fundings, hopefully.
Yeah, and also I think the bottom-up approach is very important. So
Exactly.
this is also what we're trying to advocate. It might not be something that works in your national context, but it's worth trying. If you don't have the top-down push that we're getting from the Commission, they're helping us, and we're trying to get it through other things. But if you don't have it, try it from the bottom up at least, or do both. I mean, there's no point trying both, and trying to create that policy window in a different way.
Yeah, that's exactly what Anna raised in her talk about the bottom-up approach, yes. Are there questions?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment over here. I'm Sarah Ernst Blomqvist from ECDC.
I don't know where you are.
Hi, can you see me? I'm over here, I'm waving.
Okay. Okay, we see you.
Hi. I just wanted to say a huge thank you for these inspiring presentations. I really liked the last slide where you focused on how to reach the different target audiences. So you have the policymakers, you have the public health professionals, where it was very clear. It was maybe a little bit less clear in this presentation about how to reach the health professionals and the general public, but I guess that will come in the communications part as well. But just in here, I wanted to also pull in the reference from Anna Karin's presentation, which I thought was really great, because I also used to work in the Swedish Public Health Agency on this program, Antibiotic Smart Sweden. And one of the approaches that they are using is to develop these criteria in all the different sectors so that everybody in the whole of society has a list of actions to take in order that they can be certified then as Antibiotic Smart and get a certificate and an award for this. And I think that maybe within the EU-JAMRAI, we don't have to create everything ourselves. We can look outside to the countries and to the whole system and see which great projects in maybe the gaps that we have could we bring in to help us to achieve our objectives. And I think Antibiotic Smart Sweden is a great example. I'm sure there are many others as well. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you for that. Yes, I think also in the coming days you will hear more about certification, but also how we're trying to implement things more at the national level from the technical side, so the stewardship, the surveillance, etc. So thank you. Any other questions? I see.
Yes, there is a hand raise. Yes, just over there. Can you present yourself, because we cannot see anything?
Yes, Diana Teixeira from Animal Health Europe. I'm very interested in your work on indicators and measures of progress. So I would like to ask you if you already have an idea on how to go about that, if you have examples to share. Because one of the things that we have been looking at specifically for the European Commission Sustainability Dashboard is the SVAC and now the user-vet data, but they are not really comparable between themselves. So that's something that we're looking into, and we also don't have an answer to politically measure progress, but we would like to have one.
Yes, we, as I've said before, we identified. I mean, all the teams in the work packages in the project define their indicators at the beginning. So we have this monitoring process, but we haven't started like extracting live data from these indicators. We are reporting. All of us are reporting on these indicators, and some of these are concentrated on the more technical work packages. So I hope that I expect that some in the coming sessions in the annual meeting, they will show some of these more specific indicators. So our aim here as evaluation, as I said before, is not only reporting that, of course, but how to show somehow the impact that these indicators have, these activities have. So, but specifically regarding your question, I do not have yet more data, concrete data to show, I mean, not together with me at least. Sorry, I mean, we can talk later and have your contact and we can talk about that.
Any other questions? Yes, over here. We have, I think, time for one more question, according to the clock that I have here. 5. Oh, we have 5 more questions.
Thank you so much for all the presentations and this overview. My name is Diamantis Plachouras from the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control. I was also very interested about the monitoring and the indicators, and I was wondering, because I mean, eventually we heard very clearly that our eventual target, our eventual aim is to see decreased antimicrobial resistance. So I was wondering how much the indicators of the Council recommendation and the targets have informed your work, and especially in the national action plans. And also, of course, until 2027 is very close to see probably a significant decrease in resistance, which is our final target. But how much have these indicators been used, or how have you been considering them in your monitoring process? Thank you.
I mean, the indicators related to the Council recommendations, you mean? So, yes, all the work packages, when defining these indicators at the beginning of the project, we encouraged all of us, and all of us took into consideration these recommendations. So, I mean, I do not have any data on how much of them are reflected on these indicators, because many of them, we have quite, let's say, many process indicators, so how we are proceeding during the project. And now with this reflection methodology I was explaining before, the aim now is to reflect more on these more outcome and impact-related indicators, and also related with the impact and ambition we define at the beginning of the project, including those EU Council recommendations. So now this is the work that we are proposing all of us to do in the coming months. So I invite you all to the next annual meeting, where we expect to be able to present more specific data related to this, how we incorporate those in the indicators. Thank you.
Maybe to respond to the National Action Plan part of your question, the targets from the Council recommendation are not objective as such of JAMRAI, but of course our collective efforts are working towards better surveillance, they're working towards better access, and they are working towards better infection prevention and control and stewardship, as well as better policies, which are all underpinning factors for working towards improving these targets. So I think it's a collective effort. We have not as such focused specifically on these targets, but I think not as JAMRAI, but I'm sure the countries themselves are very much aware of these sort of numbers that are turning red across Europe. Thank you. Johan? No.
Just a compliment regarding this question. The coordination team and the communication team are also working on a midterm report to try to put the recommendation in perspective with some of the first outcome of JAMRAI. So this report will come in coming months. We are working on it with the COM team and also the Commission. So hopefully this document will help linking JAMRAI outputs to the recommendation. So yeah.
It's a very good addition to that. Thank you. We have time for more questions. There's one up there. One?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lucie Cato from the Belgian Public Health Institute, Cienzano. I would like to thank you for all the presentation and shift from the indicator topic to the policy priorities that were identified. I would be curious to hear if you could share briefly with us the top 3 priorities that you identified during that 2 years.
The top 3. Oh, that's a difficult question. Yeah, we have 6 working groups. So we have, formalizing intersectoral coordination mechanisms and moving towards a One Health National Action Plan is one working group. I'm going to need the help from my team in a minute. Making national action plans operational and measurable is the second one. The third one is including environmental and agricultural sectors, so the other One Health partners, because a large part of our members are from the human health side. So how do we talk to the other side, in a way, and what is in it for them, and how do we get them on board, if you like? And then there's 3 more topical working groups on surveillance, IPC, and stewardship, but specifically on how you set up governance for those 3 topics. So not just a technical side, but more how do you link, for example, the stewardship, which usually happens at the local level, to the level of the governance and the policy side. So those are the 6 priorities, I think, that we have grouped. Thank you. And by the way, there is info corner on the support program and the work that we do with the coffee and hopefully some iced water to be... Oh, it's going to be here. Ice cold water to cool down.
So now, yes,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Corinne, and all the team. So now we have the first networking break with coffee. So it's outside, but if you want to continue to discuss about country commitments, so it's like at the theater, the curtain will open and you will have the info corner just behind me, and Corinne, Ril, Karina, and all the team will welcome you to discuss. And please be back at 3:55 sharp. Thank you very much.
Can we please start sitting down? Thank you. We are about to start.
Welcome back. Please. We have to move on. The networking break was outside. Now it's to listen to the next stop. So please, can I have your attention? I will do like at the faculty. Please. Please, can I have your attention, please? So we continue our journey. And our second stop is for access. Access is about equity. Access is about equity. It's also about innovation and resilience across One Health. No patient, human or animal, should be left without therapeutic or preventive treatment. Access to antibiotics and vaccines remains one of the most intricate AMR challenges. EU-JAMRAI 2 partners are analyzing national barriers from shortages to affordability, while designing targeted intervention at national, regional, and European levels. And at the same time, the project supports strengthening their access to new products, such as novel antibiotics and phages. So let's welcome the colleagues, all the excellent team of the access to antibiotics. And I call first Sophia Linros, who is leading this work on access with Christine Ardal. Sophia?
All right. Hello, everyone. Hope you're refreshed after the break. So as Marie-Cécile mentioned, in this session, we're going to present the work that is being done within EU-JAMRAI to ensure sustainable and reliable access to antibiotics and veterinary vaccines across Europe. And our focus is on implementing concrete and targeted interventions that span the product life cycle. So I'm going to take you through an introduction to outline our work and highlight our progress and process, some key achievements, and the path forward. And then we will hear from other speakers that will dive into a few concrete examples on how EU-JAMRAI is driving progress in this area. So not the black button, I remember. Let me see. So to guide our work on access within EU-JAMRAI, we have two aims that we strive for. First, we aim to make concrete progress on strengthening access to focused antibiotics and veterinary vaccines in participating countries and at the European level. And second, we recognize that collaboration is key. No single entity can address these complex challenges alone. That's why we are committed to developing and establishing strong partnerships within and across borders, disciplines, and sectors. And we are continuously working in close collaboration with national implementing authorities, European bodies, and other key stakeholders. And we also wanted to take the opportunity to explain and clarify what we mean when we are talking about strengthening access. So our focus is on strengthening the everyday supply of antibiotics and veterinary vaccines, so the everyday market. And we take a proactive and broad approach to this. And we are working to minimize shortages, both short-term disruptions and long-term gaps in supply. So we want to note that our work is not focused on solving shortages during the acute phase when they have arisen already. We also work to regain products that are no longer authorized or were never authorized in the first place. And we are working to strengthen access to products that, while authorized, are not actively marketed by the companies and thus remain out of reach for those who need them. So now I will present how we are working to improve access to antibiotics and veterinary vaccines. So we currently have 16 countries actively engaged in this process, and it's the turquoise countries on this map. So first, we are sharing available evidence and experiences related to access. For example, we organize webinars and provide resources. And this approach allows countries to learn from each other and others and adopt best practices. And participating countries have identified clinically important antibiotics and veterinary vaccines with a national vulnerable supply that we refer to as focus products, and they focus on these within EU-JAMRAI to strengthen access to them. So the identification of these products is based on an assessment of national clinical needs, national vulnerability, and resistance situation. And this was informed by consultations with relevant stakeholders and data analysis, and finalized in spring 2024. And both the list of focus products and the webinars are available on the JAMRAI website if you're interested. And then, for each identified product in each country, countries have conducted an analysis of the national barriers impacting sustainable access. And this was also done through engagement with national key stakeholders, such as pharmaceutical associations, regulators, and clinicians across both sectors, as well as looking at relevant data. And this was finalized last year. And this analysis has uncovered important insights into the main national barriers, and understanding them is crucial to take informed decisions and designing effective solutions. So the barriers mainly fall into a few categories, and we have tried to compile some of the main barriers that many countries have in common to give you an idea of what challenges that we are working with. So first, we have economic barriers, such as low sale and low unit price, which gives the companies very low margins for these products. And it may also be hard to increase the price in some countries. We have regulatory barriers, such as the product not being registered on the market anymore. There may be time-consuming regulatory processes or national packaging requirements that are burdensome. We have barriers related to manufacturing and supply, such as there may be few API producers. And there are also barriers relating to the use and demand of the product. For instance, that different strengths, duration, and doses are recommended for the same infection, and that could further split up small markets that have similar needs. It could also be that the product is not included in dedicated lists of reimbursed medicines or included in specific guidelines. And last but not least, one important barrier is that there seems to be a lack of communication and collaboration between important stakeholders in this area. And as I have mentioned, this is something that we are trying to address throughout our process. And from fall 2025 and for the rest of the joint action, our main focus is on developing and working on implementing tailor-made interventions. This could be at the national, regional, and European levels, as Marie-Cécile mentioned. And we want to address these identified barriers and strengthening access to the focus products. And of course, there's not one single intervention that can solve all of these problems, but we need different types. Can you hear me now? Yes? Okay, I'm back. Yeah, we need different types of interventions along the product life cycle. And these interventions must be adapted to the specific characteristics of the product, as well as the unique national barriers in the context. Oh, okay, I said that. Yes. Let me see. And the interventions that countries are working on, they mainly fall into the following categories that you will see soon. And they align very well, of course, with the identified barriers. So we have regulatory interventions. It could be about enabling marketing authorization for older antibiotics. We have joint procurement. We have packaging and harmonization efforts, which could contribute to bigger markets and more unified markets. We have reimbursement and pricing strategies, such as working to get the product on the list of reimbursed medicines or increasing prices. And we also have communication and collaboration efforts, such as formalizing collaboration in countries on the technical level. And exactly like the previous steps, countries will actively engage with their key stakeholders throughout this process to ensure that these interventions are feasible, effective, and sustainable. And as you previously heard in JAMRAI, we are aligning our efforts with the 2023 Council recommendation on AMR. And this is, of course, also true for our work on access, where we, as I have explained, address the accessibility of effective antimicrobials by identifying barriers and implementing tailored solutions in member states. And to make our work, to make sure our work is sustained beyond the joint action, we'll do many things, but one key thing is that each country that is participating in this work will document their efforts and experiences in a final national report. And this report is a key deliverable for us, and it will serve two main purposes. So first, it will serve as a practical tool for knowledge sharing with countries not involved in EU-JAMRAI or countries not involved in this particular work on access within EU-JAMRAI. as it will contain detailed descriptions of the results and from all the steps of the process, and also the process itself. So the product selection procedure, how they identified barriers, and the work on designing and implementing interventions, including the stakeholder collaboration throughout the process. So this enables non-participants to learn from the experiences gained and to implement similar solutions through a similar process if they wish. And second, it will serve as a roadmap for national governments and decision makers, as it will outline recommendations on how to sustain and expand efforts beyond the joint action when it comes to access. So this will include implementation plans with future steps such as budgets, legal consideration, and stakeholder roles, etc. But now it's time to illustrate our work in a more concrete way after this introduction. And we will highlight 3 examples of how countries are working to overcome barriers and improve access to their focus products. So first we will hear from Signe Myang Jensen, who will share an example of Nordic collaboration from Denmark. Second, we will hear from Alban Danani, who will share a national example from France. And finally, we'll hear from Cristina Munoz Madero, who will share an example of multi-country collaboration from Spain. So with that, I welcome Signe up on stage. Welcome, Signe.
Okay, first I'll say I really want to press that button, the black one, but I promise I'm well behaved. So I know that no means no, so of course I'll not do it. Instead, I will present this Danish initiative that is based upon our barrier analysis. And here it is. We wish to keep phenoxypenicillin or penicillin V on the market in Denmark and hopefully also in Europe. And why did we choose penicillin V? Well, in Denmark we have this saying that a loved child has many names, and penicillin V, phenoxymethyl penicillin, pen V, has definitely many names and is really loved in Denmark and also in the Nordic countries. And we, as you can see here, this is the total Danish consumption from our really prestigious Danmap surveillance program, showing that in primary care, phenoxymethyl penicillin is the most used drug. And we use it for many different infections. Of course, we ask first, treat afterwards. So, but we use it for community-acquired pneumonia, among others. Oh, and this last one. So you might ask, if this product is one of your most used products, then why are you concerned? Why do you believe it has a vulnerable supply? We looked at this product because it's our most used, so we really wish to keep it. And during our barrier analysis, we discovered these 4 barriers. We knew, of course, that we are a small market since Denmark is not that big, which means we have low consumption. But this is not only due to the number of patients, but also due to strong efforts in infection prevention and control and antimicrobial stewardship. So we have a small market size, we have low consumption, we have a decreasing European use of phenoxy, and we have this diverse availability of the drug. Well, you could see that as a strength, having many different possibilities to treat. So if one of the products are being withdrawn, then you can just choose the other one. But it's important to say that for products like phenoxy, the production mechanisms, or in order to make the product sustainable, the industry needs to produce big volumes. Those big volumes we cannot, due to our low consumption and smaller market size, buy. So we see that this product could risk to be more vulnerable than we anticipated. So what we fear is that in the future, industry will withdraw products. So it's industry. It will be an industry decision which product we have available, and we really wish that it's the clinicians that have a saying on that. yeah, the green button. So we have this diverse availability, and we also have a diverse or fragmented demand across Scandinavia. We do not recommend the same dosages or administration times or durations across Scandinavia, even though we do agree on which product we would like to use for the same indications. We would like to use phenoxy, but we do not agree on how to use it. And is that due to behavior? We do what we always did, or is it because of availability? We can see that the availability across Europe for dosages of phenoxy is really diverse, and in Denmark too. And this Swedish platform, collaboration platform called Platinea did map the phenoxymethylpenicillin availability across 4 Nordic countries last year, and they saw that within the 4 biggest Nordic countries, we have 10 different strengths available and 41 different pack sizes, where 8 of them are sold in more than 1 Nordic country. So this really demands the industry to produce different things which do not correspond well with a sustainable production. And we also asked companies if our intervention would have some kind of benefits, and they came back with a positive response, so we'll see. So these are the barriers we found, and it all means small volumes, so we really need to create a bigger volume. We cannot do that in Denmark alone. We need to do it across the Nordic countries combined, and hopefully by telling it here, more countries will be on board. Come and find me later if you wish to do that. So in order to make the clinicians choose which products needs to be available, we thought that a Nordic harmonization of dosage recommendations would be the best way to show a demand-driven access and to hinder the industry choosing which product should be available, and instead letting the clinicians make that choice. So what did we do? We did ask the Nordic Council of Ministers to fund some of it. We did that not because we didn't have the money within EU-JAMRAI, but we did it to gain political attention. We did it to make the countries commit and dedicate to this project. And now we are 5 Nordic countries active in the group, and Greenland and the Faroe Islands are following on a more information sharing level. And we chose 7 indications. We chose these indications because they are responsible for the biggest consumption of phenoxymethylpenicillin. But not all Nordic countries do recommend phenoxy for all the chosen recommendations. And it's really important to say that this project do not wish to change the active ingredient, but we wish to make the good choice and harmonize and treat similar in order to be able to treat the future generation. So this is not a project where we'll see the effects today or tomorrow, but we'll see it in 10 years, and those are often not the most politically willed, but this we are now doing. We're where the red arrow is, so just at the beginning of the project, and by the next annual meeting I will be happy to share the success of this intervention, because we will succeed. Thank you so much, and now I'll leave the floor to my dear VP9 colleague, Alban. And I didn't press the black button.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So, among all the measures taken to fight AMR, one important thing is to maintain our antibiotics on the market. And my presentation, the objective of my presentation is to share the new regulation governing drug withdrawal from the market in France. Okay. So you know the current situation, lack of new antibiotics threatens global efforts to contain drug-resistant infections, and our current arsenal is composed of old and very old antibiotics, so many old antibiotics. So we lose each year essential antibiotics with major impacts for the medical care of patients. So availability of antibiotics is compromised by the recurrent drug shortages and withdrawals of drugs from the market. What is an essential medicine? There are many definitions across countries, in various countries. In France, we have a legal definition, and essential medicines are called in France major therapeutic interest medicines. And the list of these major therapeutic interest medicines is published on the website of the French Medicine Agency. If the medicinal products fulfill the criteria of essential medicines, therefore the marketing authorization holder must comply with several obligations for the management of shortages, mandatory obligation to declare shortages, mandatory shortage management plans, and also mandatory stockpiling. Regarding withdrawal of antibiotics, you know the current situation. This situation is quite worrying. With the increasing number of drug withdrawal and the difficulties to keep some essential medicines on the market, especially antibiotics, regulations have been reinforced in France with new obligations for pharmaceutical companies. A new decree published in August 2025 imposes more stringent obligation on pharmaceutical companies that decide to stop the marketing of essential medicines in France. These measures aims to guarantee continuity of supply of essential medicines by the pharmaceutical companies and access to treatments for patients. Now you can see on the slide the withdrawal of all anti-infective drugs, not only antibiotics. Sorry for the mistake, I will update my presentation. This is the withdrawal of all anti-infective drugs. So you will see this withdrawal between 2022 and 2024. But now if we look at the distribution of this withdrawal per marketing authorization procedure, you can see in 2022 and 2023 that the majority of withdrawal were for products authorized through purely national procedure. But if we look at the 2024, you can see an increase of withdrawal for products authorized through centralized procedure. But it is mainly due to the withdrawal of antiviral drugs, not antibiotics. Now, moving on to the new regulatory framework for drug withdrawal in France. This new scheme applies to all medicines, regardless of the type of the procedure, of the marketing authorization procedure. For all medicines, 4 steps. There are 4 steps. The first step concerns all the medicines, essential medicine or not. But the following steps apply only to essential medicine no longer protected by a patent. You will see on the next slide the details of the procedure. So we start with step 1. This is the declaration of the market withdrawal by the company, by the pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical company must inform the French Medicine Agency of its intention to suspend or cease marketing at least 1 year before the expected date for this withdrawal. This is for essential medicine, 1 year in advance for essential medicines, and at least 2 months for the other medicines. There are additional requirements for essential medicines. If the withdrawal concerns essential medicines without intellectual property protection, the declaration must detail the foreseeable impact on patients and currently available therapeutic alternatives. Step 2, this is the analysis of the declaration received, analyzed, evaluated by the French Medicine Agency. If the therapeutic alternatives available on the market can meet the medical needs, therefore no further action is taken. Full stop. We can stop the procedure because we have alternatives. It's okay. If the available therapeutic alternatives cannot meet the needs created by the future suspension of marketing, therefore the NSM, the French Medicine Agency, shall inform within 2 months the marketing authorization holder, who is therefore responsible for seeking a pharmaceutical company in order to transfer the marketing authorization or to find a distributor to continue the marketing of the essential medicine. Step 3 is the time for finding another company. In this case, the marketing authorization holder, who is required to seek a pharmaceutical company, shall make public its intention to concede the marketing rights or to transfer the marketing authorization by any appropriate means and publish this information on its website. The ANSM will also publish this information on its own website. And the approach for this procedure is that pharmaceutical companies must make all reasonable efforts to find another company who can continue the production and supply of the essential medicine. Within 9 months, after receiving the request from the French Medicine Agency to find another company, the marketing authorization holder shall submit to the French Medicine Agency a report indicating the action taken to find another company and the reasons for accepting or refusing the offers from the other company. Step 4, last step. This is the analysis of this report submitted by the pharmaceutical company at the request of the French agency. So we will see what kind of action have been taken by the pharmaceutical company. If another company is identified, the procedure is completed, full stop. But if no company is found, and if the medical need cannot be met, the French Medicine Agency can require the marketing authorization holder to concede temporarily and free of charge to a pharmaceutical establishment owned by a public legal entity the manufacture and the marketing rights of the medicinal product for the French market. Okay? So you can understand that we will ask a public establishment to get the rights for the production and for the marketing of the product. For example, this is kind of French, this public entity is connected to the hospital or implemented in the hospital. Okay, the French Medicine Agency shall transmit to that public pharmaceutical establishment the information contained in the marketing authorization dossier with the agreement of the marketing authorization holder. And the concession may end early by decision of the French agency if a pharmaceutical company places the same or similar product on the French market under conditions that ensure long-term coverage of the medical need. This is, yes, the summary of the new framework in place in France. We will see the efficacy of this new procedure in 1 year, and you understand the importance to maintain our products, or especially antibiotics, on the market, and then just to understand that after receiving the declaration of the withdrawal, in fact, we would like to continue the discussion with the company and then to try to find a solution. This is an obligation of means, but not an obligation of result. Yes, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. Well, I don't see my presentation, but nevertheless, I want to confess that I am very nervous because two things. The first one is that I know myself very well, so Marie-Cécile, I'm afraid that I am going to be the one who press black button. Sure, I try to do my best, but nevertheless, keep this in mind. And second, I try to stay here. I need calm people to do, please, because it's really difficult to me to stay here when I speak. So let's start with example from Spain. And this is quadripartite on availability of antimicrobial and alternative to antimicrobial. What is that? Well, that project was developed in the frame of our national plan, and it was because we have a big problem in relation with the gaps. We have a lot of different species, a lot of different indications with no BMPs on the market, no veterinary medicinal product on the market at all. So we are working on that, but nevertheless, we identified the problem and we thought, well, this is not only our problem, it's a common problem with other countries. So we approached to our neighbor countries, explain the project, explain the situation of the project, and try to establish a group. So we established a group with our neighbor countries, which is Portugal, France, and Ireland. Maybe you think that Ireland is not a neighbor country of Spain. I thought the same. But when I approached to the head of the agency in Ireland, he told me, yes, Christina, we are a neighbor country of Spain. We are placed in other part of the EU, but we are neighbor of you. And I say, why not? Yes, why not? So we established this group. What was the objective of the group? Well, the objective was to address the gaps and shortage in animal health. For animal health, shortage are important, but is more important gaps. The gap problem is really, really a big problem for us. Then the second objective was simplify regulatory process to reduce costs and encourage participation of the marketing authorization holder through one a process that we call 0 days process. Then allied the summary product characteristics of all this, the product in all the different countries, and finally use multilingual labeling and packages to facilitate cross-border availability. So the step where the first one was to identify gaps in each country. Second was identify reasons behind these gaps. Third step was to develop a list of priority products for all countries, the same list for the all countries, to elaborate an action plan and start the action plan with a pilot phase. We did this exercise for all species, all indication. Identify whether there is a veterinary medicinal product on the market, yes or no. If yes, if this product is indicated for this species, this indication, and if yes, if there is a problem, for instance, efficacy or safety problems, or whether there is a shorter age for this product. Then, if there is not product for this species, this indication, if it's possible to apply under the cascade application. There are a lot of problems to apply this cascade route because, for instance, the withdrawal period is not possible to have very long withdrawal period for milk or for eggs. So in this case, it's not possible to apply or to use this product. Or whether there is not a BMP on the market for this specific this indication, or whether there is not therapeutic solution at all. Once that we do this exercise and identify the reasons behind the gaps or the shorted age, we elaborate the priority list of product. The same product exists for the fourth country. We use to elaborate this list different criteria, different data, for instance, the volume of sales from the SPAC data, the potential shorter age, etc. We use different criteria. And prior to start with the pilot phase, we establish the criteria. Why? Because this 0 days process is very easy, is not expensive process, it's very short, 0 days process. So we have to establish the criteria in order to justify to all marketing authorization holders why this product has the possibility to go through this process while other product is simply not possible. So the criteria are 3. The first one is that there is a cap. This is mandatory. It's the first one, and all product included in this process should cover a caps. And then we have 2 criteria that put on the market this product reduce the need for the use of antimicrobial or reduce the need to use antimicrobial in category B, which means cephalosporin 3 or 4 generation, polymyxins, and fluoroquinolones. So at least 2 out of 3, these 3 criteria must be met by the product. So the first step of this pilot phase, we focus on vaccines. So the initial list, we identify 4 vaccines, and we choose 2 of these 4 vaccines. We choose Dindoral and Gripor. Gripor is a vaccine against swine influenza. Gripor was on the market only in Portugal and in Spain, but not in Ireland and France. And Dindoral is a vaccine against hemorrhagic enteritis in turkeys. It was on the market in France, but not in the other 3 countries. So we choose these 2 vaccines. We approach to the marketing authorization holder, explain the project, and if the marketing authorization holder agree, we present 1 country as a reference country. In the case of Gripor is Spain, in the case of Dindoral, France, and present a dossier without any new data. This is the dossier, and the concerned member accept and agree with this dossier without any assessment of the data. So 0 days. I put on the table the dossier, the other countries say, okay, yes, no problem. Why? Well, because there are products that are on the market more than 20 years. The pharmacological part should be updated periodically, so no problem about that. And safety and efficacy for products that are on the market more than 20 years is proof. If there is any safety problem, any efficacy problem, we know through pharmacovigilance process. So we agree with the dossier without any problem. What we are working on now? Well, now we expand the initiative beyond immunologicals. We are working with ophthalmological product. Why ophthalmological product? You must think there are a lot of ophthalmological products on the market, and you are right. But for instance, in Spain, we have a lot of hematological products, but all of them have 3 active substances: antibiotic, antifungal, and the third one is, help me. No, anti-inflammatory. Thanks, Ivan, you are very much. So, but we don't have any product with only 1 active substance, with only 1 antibiotic. And this product with 3 active substances, all of them has polymyxin B as antibiotic. So now we are working with Portugal, because in Portugal there are a lot of ophthalmic products with only 1 active substance, 1 antibiotic, category D and C, no B, as is the case in Spain. So the next step, we are going to work with Portugal to put on the market this ophthalmological product in France, Spain, and Ireland. Then we try to broaden the cooperation with other EU countries in this process, and we allied this strategy, our strategy, with the antimicrobial CBMP strategy, which included to support or to develop action to support to put on the market alternative to antimicrobial product. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you. So, I want you to think about where you're sitting right now. You're sitting in the Urania Observatory. It was opened in 1910, and it was rushed open by the government because this was the best time to observe Halley's Comet. You could only see it every 76 years. And the Austro-Hungarian government decided we are going to rush this open so that our population can look to the skies and see this scientific phenomenon. I mean, isn't that great, right? A government that encourages its population to gaze to the heavens and think about the fragility of life on our planet. So I'm going to ask you to look back a little bit as well, not as back as to 1910, but 40 years, when a new important antibiotic came on the market. And coincidentally, quite nice, the second time Halley's Comet was visible. So, I'm talking today about carbapenem resistance in the EU because DG Santé asked us in Bilbao to talk about it and to look into it. So we took up the mandate and we're looking at it. And as you can probably recall, in May 2025, there was a Health Security Committee report on the carbapenem-resistant CRD infections. Very concerning. And in this report, it said that the attributable mortality of carbapenem-resistant CRE infections, primarily due to delays in administration of effective antimicrobial therapy, as well as to the limited number of alternative and easily available treatment options. Access. We don't have access to the antibiotics that we need in order to treat these infections. So which antibiotics are those? And this is, by the way, target 5, Diamantis. So the antibiotics that we're looking at here, if you know what's susceptible, then you look for the patented antibiotics. You look for ceftazidime avibactam, meropenem vaborbactam, or cefiderocol. But often, when these patients come into hospitals, you don't know what kind of susceptibility they have. So you have to go with empiric treatment. And what is that? Well, ESCMID guidelines said aztreonam and ceftazidime avibactam in combination therapy. After these ESCMID guidelines were published, we got a new I'm going to say new antibiotic here that was approved by EMA in 2024. That's aztreonam avibactam. And this is a combination, it's a nice combination because it stewards ceftazidime, so we don't have to use ceftazidime, it's easier to administer. But at least if we look at Norwegian official prices, it costs twice as much as aztreonam plus ceftazidime avibactam. And I must say, that takes a little bit of moxie, doesn't it? Because we've already paid our monopoly prices for aztreonam back in the 80s, and we've almost finished paying monopoly prices for ceftazidime avibactam. So now we have to pay monopoly prices again for two substances that were already in existence. And of course, a lot of countries can't afford this. So what's happened? So what we've been doing is we've done 2 surveys to look at what this means. So on the first survey, we found out that ceftazidime avibactam is basically available in all of the EU-EA countries. That's great. It was approved in 2016. It's got about, if AI is correct, about 6 years of exclusivity left. It's already generic in India. So, you know, this could be quite an affordable combination. 16 out of the 27 countries said that aztreonam is an important antibiotic. So the 11 countries that said that aztreonam is not that important, 4 were unsure. Fair enough. 3 are small countries with almost no cases of carbapenem resistance. But 4 report that they had access to aztreonam avibactam, and they can afford it. And if it's marketed, of course, they should use the product that's marketed. But it's only marketed in about half of the European countries. 17 out of the 27, 63%, said that they had unreliable availability of aztreonam. So that's a huge percentage, right, for something that ECMID has said, this is what we should be using if you don't know the susceptibility. So what does this mean? Well, thank you to the ECDC for this excellent data. And what they're doing is they've been looking at the consumption of reserve antibiotics against gram-negative bacteria between 2015 and 2024. Now you see the first chart, the new anti-gram-negative antibiotics, those are the patented ones. So you can see those have increased a little bit, and ECDC says that cefiderocol is probably being used more than what you can see in this chart. The middle is monobactams. That's aztreonam. Really no change. It's not increasing, even though we see increasing numbers of CREs. But what are we using? What are countries forced to be using? Polymyxins, colistin. This is an antibiotic that was removed from the market because of toxicity in the 1980s, and we brought back because we had no alternatives. So this is our absolute last resort. And what do we know? We know the more we use an antibiotic, the faster that resistance develops. And I can tell you, there's nothing in the pipeline to replace colistin. Nothing. So what do we do if we start seeing increasing colistin resistance that probably is happening already? So what we're trying to do here in EU-JAMRAI is to improve access to aztreonam. So we're working with the EMA, and we're very, very thankful for all of the support from the EMA. So what we're trying to do is notify the manufacturers and working with the EMA just to identify who are the manufacturers, who's got quality supplied aztreonam out there. And then we were hoping that somebody was sitting on a stockpile of this, right? We're hoping, oh, that would be the magic solution if one of the countries had a stockpile of aztreonam. That's not the case. Nobody's sitting on a stockpile of this medicine. So we can work together to ensure better access to aztreonam. EMA is willing to bring this up at the single point of contact meeting. So we need countries who are interested, and this is important for you, to work with us. We need your support because we can identify who are the quality assured manufacturers, and we can look at things like packaging and making sure that there's an electronic leaflet available in local language, or there's a paper leaflet available, but it's a hospital antibiotic, so we can make these available to your clinicians. There are solutions out there. They're probably not optimal, but if this is something that your country is struggling with, and I think that probably the survey says many of you are struggling with us, you need to work with us so that we can bring this to the SPOC and we can start to improve the access to this antibiotic now and use less colistin, hopefully. Thank you very much. So now we're going to have a panel discussion, and now this is everyone's cue. I can't see anyone. Questions. We need questions. Yes.
Yeah, I have one for Alban. Do you have concrete example when you had to ask to a public establishment when you have a shortage? Example of molecules?
You mean sample of molecules or some example of establishment who can example of molecule? Yes, as you know, the procedure has just started last summer. So we started to ask to several companies to find another company to continue the marketing after receiving the declaration of the withdrawal of the product from the market. So we have 2 or 3 antibiotics and 1 antiviral drugs, because as you know, it's for all essential medicines. I don't have exactly the name of the product, but we can share the first request from the French agency about the need to find another company to continue the marketing of essential medicines. I can share, but this is only few molecules at this step because the procedure is has just started.
So we prioritize questions from the audience, but I feel like a rock star because I can't see any of you. So if I don't hear a question, I'll just start asking questions myself. Yes?
No, it's very interesting, and thank you, Signe, for your talk. And I was wondering why, on your side, why you have shown so many dosages that were used in the Nordic countries. And if you go back on the history of that, why, on your opinion, why you had so many dosages? It was just because you had different recommendations, or before the habits of the people along the time?
Well, that's a really good question. I asked the clinicians, and well, we do not know why it's this diverse. We can also see that Denmark has really strong supply of phenoxy, but Norway doesn't, which is strange because we're the same amount of patients and we recommend it for the same indications. So we actually do not know if the recommendations came and then the availability followed, or the other way around. We definitely hope that the recommendations came first and the availability afterwards, because then this will have a major impact. But my guess is the first.
I mean, phenoxymethylpenicillin was launched in the 1950s, right? So this is a historical artifact in the fact that we've all used lots of different doses of phenoxymethylpenicillin until resistance came, and then, you didn't use as many. So it's just that the Nordic countries, we keep using it, so we keep all the artifacts, so we have all these different strengths, and so we need to harmonize. Okay, unless someone starts talking. Yes, there's someone back there.
Hi, I'm Dragomir Ivanov from Bulgaria. Thank you for the wonderful panel, really. My question is, in your cases, who the leading institution is which is pushing these processes? I mean, the ignition part, the coordination, because it is a leading process and many stakeholders are participating in this. And what the usual examples are in your cases?
Yes, this is the quite difficult situation because we have to identify which product, in case of there is no alternatives for essential medicine because there is a medical need. So there are several criteria. After in fact, the conclusion that there is a need to continue the marketing of the product. Therefore, it is the responsibility of the company to find another company. And if there is no possibility to find another company, there is no good result, no possibility to continue marketing. Therefore, we will try to ask to a public establishment implemented in the hospital, in French hospital, and ask if it is possible to market, to continue the manufacturing of the product or not. But it is not, maybe sometimes it is not possible. So this is just a solution, a discussion, an action to find solution and then to try to continue the marketing of the product. But again, sometimes it is not possible, then the procedure is ended at this time. Okay, but the fact that the need to find another company is maybe in other member states, not only in France. Voilà. And then to ask, hello, is there a company who is interested to put the product on the French market? Because we have a problem with the product, which will be disappear in the forthcoming months. So this is also to make the information publicly, and then to see if a candidate would be agreed to put the product on the French market. Why we have this kind of new regulation? Because in the past we had some difficulties to maintain the marketing of essential medicine, and we asked the company to give the access to another company who informed us that it can continue the marketing, but there was no agreement between the companies. So a new actor, the French Medicine Agency, has this possibility to ask the company that decided to stop the marketing. Then now we have to discuss, and then you have to try to find another company. So this is the approach that I try to explain, but it is totally new. So I don't have sufficient feedback at this time, and for example, we didn't receive at this time the reports submitted after 9 months after the request from the French Medicine Agency. So we have to wait for the first reports and the first discussion we will have with the company.
And at least for our initiative, maybe I misunderstood your question, but who's leading it? It's a bottom up. So in Denmark, it's State and Serum Institute together with Sundhedsstyrelsen, so our public health, 2 different agencies under the Ministry of Health that is collaborating on this initiative. And then we have this Council of Ministers where we could apply, to bring it to the top, and then they try to bring it down in the other countries. So this is a collaboration between 2 agencies.
Yes, this is a regulatory tool to try to have a discussion between several marketing authorization holders, and then to facilitate the possibility to transfer the distribution or the marketing authorization. So this is new, because before this new regulation, in the past, we don't have this kind of regulatory tool. It is not possible for us to have action and then to ask the company to discuss and then to made public, to make public this information. Now, at the request of the French Medicine Agency, therefore, there is a need to have this discussion, and then we can ask the company to start this, to try to find. But again, it's an obligation of means, not an obligation of results.
Christina? Yeah, in our case, it's in the frame of our national plan, is coordinated by the Spanish Medicine Alliance, but it's included, we try to include all the different stakeholders, as for instance, the different associations that identify the gaps and the main product that they need on the market. Then we included the association of the pharmacies companies association, etc. So we promote in the frame of this project, we promote this exercise, but we have the support of the Spanish Medicinal Agency together with the Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Health.
I don't see other questions, but okay.
Thank you very much, Elisabeth Erlacher-Windel from the World Organization for Animal Health. I have a question to the French experience, because you also have the veterinary medicines. Is there any initiative to have to look at the veterinary side on the shortage, or is this only for the moment focusing for the human health sector?
Yes, this is only focusing of human medicines, because the situation for shortages and for the withdrawal for the veterinary side is quite different. Not exactly the same difficulties. They have the same problems about, but this procedure is only for human side.
But Alban, what about pricing? How does pricing come into this?
Yes, you are right, Christine, because I don't speak about pricing, but within this procedure, some companies said, okay, but the price is too low to continue the marketing, but if we can discuss an increase price, maybe we can continue the marketing of the product. And sometimes it was the case for the antibiotic, for which the last year we had difficulties about availability, clarithromycin. Clarithromycin, especially for pediatrics. And we had 3 marketing authorization holders, 3 MAH, and 2 MAH told us that they would like to withdraw the product. So in this situation in France, we will have only 1 marketing authorization holder for clarithromycin for pediatric presentation. So we discuss the procedure, this procedure, and then one of the companies said, okay, the price is too low, and would like to discuss with the economic committee for fixing the price. And then it was a successful experience, because the committee, it is totally independent from the French Medicine Agency, and totally independent. We don't have any impact of the price at the French Medicine Agency, just to inform the committee that we have a problem with this product, and maybe could you please discuss the price with the company. And for clarithromycin, yes, the price was increased, and therefore one of both companies decided to maintain the marketing of this product on the French market, and then the company withdrawn the request for stopping for the suspension of marketing of this product. So yes, during this procedure there will be discussion regarding the price. Yes or no, it's possible to increase the price, and the final decision is the decision of the company.
Yep.
Yes, Benjamin, France. Christine, just to clarify your remark, do we agree that we need to support R&D, such as new antibiotics like Astronium, Avibactam, But on the other hand, we need to give access to last resort antibiotics such as aspirin or other old drugs, which is not something incompatible.
So I'm a big proponent of antibiotic innovation. We need new antibiotics, absolutely. But I think calling Aztreonam avibactam a new antibiotic is not the case. WHO doesn't consider it. It's not considered innovative. So we need absolutely new antibiotics. And those have to be available, and we're hoping that changes with the pharma legislation will improve the access of both of new antibiotics because they are not wide. Unfortunately, it takes quite a bit of time for some new antibiotics to be available across European countries. So absolutely we need it, but in the meantime, we've got a CRE problem. And we shouldn't be waiting for access to the right antibiotics in order to manage this problem.
Thanks. My question's for Spain. If I understood correctly, you are, like with the vaccinations, you're prioritizing one for 4 countries. But do you not receive backlash from the companies that produce competitive, and how do you deal with that? If you have other companies that produce a competitive vaccine and you've chosen against it, do you not have some backlash from them?
Yeah, in this specific case, there is not other product on the market, other vaccines. There are the only one. But nevertheless, we receive one complaint for one company, and this company have no vaccines like that, but nevertheless, they ask about the process and why this process, etc. So we approached this company, we explained the project, we involved in this part of the project in order to let them know that it's possible for them, even for them, if they have a product that fulfills the criteria, etc. But at this point, we are focused on the pilot phase. We are focused only on these 2 vaccines, only on the ophthalmological. But no more compliance. We receive no more compliance for other companies because we developed a workshop together with the companies in order to explain since the beginning the project.
Christina, what about if companies in the audience want to join? Are they welcome? Or if countries want to join and get access to these 2 vaccines, are they welcome?
Yes. As Ireland, you have the possibility to be a neighbor country of Spain. So yes, absolutely.
We're all your neighbors. No questions now? No? There is one online. Okay.
Thank you, Marie-Cécile. So yes, we have a question online. Sorry, I'm messing with my mouse. So it's a question from Val Fraser. It's about how align our national process to introduce or withdraw products in Europe, and are there opportunities there to increase collaboration, European collaboration, or to, so I don't know who should answer that.
I guess I would say that health is still a national competency. So things are very country by country. But I think one of the things that we've been trying to do, and maybe Sophia, maybe you want to answer this question about the work that you've been doing in Sweden, looking at vulnerability assessment. Or, sorry. Okay, I won't throw it at you, but I just think that some one of the webinars that we've held and we've been trying to make apparent for the participants of Work Package 9 is how can we predict a product that is likely to want to withdraw from a market? You want to go?
Yeah. Sorry, I just needed a moment to think what Christine was talking about. Yes, but in Sweden we have done an assessment of products that are likely to withdraw from the market. Okay, should I stand here? Okay, so okay, yeah, in the so we looked at all pharmaceutical medicines. And we saw that sales, the yearly sales was the biggest indicator of when a product was likely to leave the Swedish market or being deregistered. So sales below 1 million Swedish crowns, which is 100,000 euros approximately per year, then that seems to be a bit of a magical line in Sweden, where we saw products being at risk. And a lot of the older antibiotics in Sweden sell for less than that. So it's really good to have this predictor to kind of see what products that are at risk. And we actually have, the Public Health Agency has published a list as well, where we have looked at these, specifically for antibiotics with a vulnerable supply. So we have looked at all antibiotics that have a sales less than 3 million Swedish crowns, so 300,000 euros. And we have asked clinicians to rate them as well, to what clinical importance do they have. So this has given us a list of, I'm not sure how many medicines are there. We're actually updating this list as part of our national efforts in JAMRAI, one of the things that we do. And we have also gotten feedback from companies that this list that is published on our website, it has helped, feedback from industry, it has helped some of the national companies advocate to keep this product on the market, on the Swedish market, to their global counterparts. So it actually has had an impact on access on the Swedish market. So yeah, it's an interesting example and something that we will continue with now. Yeah.
And hopefully other countries will adopt.
Exactly.
To be proactive.
Exactly. It's a proactive measure.
Thank you, Sophia. Sorry for pulling you from the sidelines. So a last question to each of the panelists. What has EU-JAMRAI money meant for these actions? Signe.
Okay, well, of course it meant that I gained a job, so that was good. No, I think it means that we can communicate internally. We have seen that the different agencies or do not communicate as well as we could to achieve the same goal. We're all in our own silos, just driving our own cars over the bridge. But we could, with this money, we hope that some of it will get out of it will be that we can sometimes take the same car to pass the bridge. So it's really, we really try to build on the communication internally in the country between the different agencies trying to achieve the same goal.
So it's facilitated national stakeholders to work together.
You can say that too, yeah.
in an electric car.
Yeah, windmills.
I think two important things. The first one is to share the same difficulties, and I think it's what in the past what it was difficult is when we had difficulties, we don't know the situation in other member states. So it is difficult to find solution because there is no discussion between member states on the same difficulties. So by this exercise, we can share these difficulties, and we will see the example of Austria. And this is a very important point, to have this visibility and to know how to exchange information and then to improve the situation. And the second thing is, in fact, to keep and to receive the best ideas, the best process in other countries, and then to maybe to implement the same process already in place in other member states. And yes, this is very important because in France, we don't have some facilities, some that we have in other countries. This is, for example, you speak about the price, but for example, when we ask the company, okay, please submit a marketing authorization dossier at the request of the French Medicine Agency, there is no, for example, decrease of the fees, for example. There is no tools to accompany, to discuss with the company. So I think that this is in place in other countries, and we would like to implement the same procedure in France. I have already discussed with Denmark. We started a day zero procedure with a product from Denmark. This is the tuberculin test, because we lose in France the only one tuberculosis test from Sanofi, which decided to stop the marketing. Therefore, there is a need to find another similar tuberculin test, and we start a zero-day procedure with Denmark as a reference member state very quickly, as already explained. And it's fine, because this is a very old product already authorized in many countries in Europe for many years. So no difficulties to register very quickly this test without starting a new evaluation. There is no need. So this is a very good example, especially for tuberculosis, because we have some difficulties with products against tuberculosis.
Christina. Well, communication is really important, and support the project. So I think that EU-JAMRAI help us to promote and to support the project and try to as Alban said, try to share with other member states, because the problem is more or less the same. For instance, we plan to have a workshop, as you know, in Madrid, in Spain this year, in order to present this project to other countries, IMA and other stakeholders, together with Work Package 9, and try to focus in the next step with more people and more resources to achieve more product on the market.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. If anyone's interested in learning more about access or has questions, please contact one of us. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent, Christine and Sophia and the team for this session. I have, again, plenty of questions, and we can discuss afterwards. And oops, I am here. So yes, I have plenty of questions we can discuss during the cocktail tonight. And one of the questions is, when you interview the clinician, did they express the fact that they have also a problem of access to diagnostics to give the right treatment at the right person? So it's another thing that we have not discussed, but very interesting. Just before going to the next session, I think there are many people sitting on the stairs, so it's not very comfortable. There are plenty of empty chairs just in front of me, not at the first front. Don't be shy, and so we can take 2 minutes to have you seated in a more comfortable way. So please take the chairs. Okay. No, you want to stay on the stairs? That's okay. Okay, for the phone. So. We have not finished the day, so now our third stop is for surveillance. And surveillance, and I like the idea of facilitating and the bridge. And we, you know, during the third joint action, my kids were younger, and when people ask them, what is mom is doing? She built bridges. So that makes sense. And you will see with the next stop on surveillance that they will make a lot of bridges between the different ecosystems and the human, animals, and environment. This is really one health. So surveillance is our radar. From patient to cattle, from pets to rivers, we need to know where resistance is and how it spreads. So only then we can see the full pictures and act before it's too late. Surveillance does not mean just generating data. It means trust, transparency, and early warnings to trigger targeted actions. So today, several national networks contribute to European AMR monitoring, linking hospitals, farms, and even wastewaters. So to see that, please welcome our experts presenting these latest findings in surveillance. So I call first on stage Sofiane and Lucie Collino. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Marie-Cécile, and welcome to this last session of the day that's going to be all about getting Europe ready for One Health surveillance. So there's a bunch of us here today that's going to help us get through this session, task leaders that's going to talk about what we've been doing during the last year, and also a bit about our successes, about our challenges, but also about what we plan for the coming years. So, but before we are also going to have two parts of this presentation where you can ask questions. So we are really keen to hear your opinions and your questions, so please use this opportunity. And but yeah, before we get into all the details, we want to take just a minute to step a bit back and look at our work from a broader perspective, because we have all heard the terms One Health surveillance and integrated One Health surveillance, especially in the context of AMR. But what do those terms actually mean? And the truth is that they can mean different things for different people. So that's why, let's see if... yeah? Okay, but anyways, we took some time during the fall to develop a joint vision of what integrated surveillance means to us. And we want to share that with you today. So I can see it like changing here, but yeah. Anyways, I'm just gonna change back. So we envision an approach for Europe where selected AMR surveillance data from human, okay, perfect, animal and environmental sectors are analyzed and interpreted together when and where it adds value to strengthen evidence-based decision-making and policy, for understanding risk, guiding interventions, and protecting health. We believe that this approach preserves and develops the quality and purpose of each sector's individual surveillance. So we are not here suggesting to put all our data, all our surveillance system into one ginormous system, but instead to have preserved the quality and the scope of each sector surveillance and analyze the data together when we think it adds value. And then, of course, the next question becomes, how do we work towards this vision? Well, we believe it to be our mission to improve the usability, quality, and the scope of each sector surveillance. And we do this by making more data available for integrated analysis. And we are establishing and expanding 2 new European surveillance networks, EARSVET and EARSALM, that you will hear more about. So we're adding to this picture. We are also mapping current human, environmental, and One Health surveillance efforts in Europe to identify gaps and opportunities for improvement. We are developing and improving national One Health surveillance reports. So we are really trying to look at all the different aspects and the data and improve the data that can lead us to a really excellent One Health analysis. So now we are going to get into the details, and to help guide us through that work, I welcome Amy to the stage. Amy is a task leader for strengthening AMR surveillance in the human sector.
Thanks, Sophia.
Great.
How's it going?
Have you here? last year in Bilbao, we heard a lot about that you were going to make an inventory about microbiological surveillance and then present the results in a dashboard. So can you just talk us through how is that work going and where are you with that?
Yeah, thanks. So 2025 was a really great year for us. We did build our inventory. We finalized our survey and sent it out to all 30 participating GEMRAI countries. We were really thrilled to get 28 responses back. It was more than I think we were all expecting. So thank you if you're in the room and you answered our survey. The content of this survey was really our inventory. And what we had decided early on was that we were going to put our inventory into a dashboard. And we did this because we asked about 1 million questions in our survey. And the questions were really, really complex. So we thought a lot about how the best way to visualize this. So we set up our test dashboard. It was live on the EU-JAMRAI website as of June, but we didn't really promote it. It was really just kind of for our partners to give us feedback and the national coordinators who answered to give us feedback. We also shared it with stakeholders to see kind of what they would like us to fix and edit. So a lot of great feedback went into our very first official version, which was launched officially last week on the EU-JAMRAI website. And without further ado, if you haven't already seen, I present JAMRAI. It's a dashboard of national AMR surveillance in Europe, and I hope you also find the logo and the name very fitting. So thank you to the communications team as well for helping us with this, Victor, because this is just it was so great.
Great. I can see that the dashboard is definitely alive and well. So what was your thinking when developing this dashboard? What was the aim and what information can you find in it?
So like I said, it was really our aim to put the inventory of AMR surveillance systems in Europe into a dashboard so people can use it. It's interactive by nature. It was designed with the idea to facilitate improvement and development of microbiological surveillance of AMR in Europe at the national level. And as well, it's also designed for data-driven decision-making and development. It's very easy to use with a little bit of help, but with a little bit of practice. But it can be used by both AMR experts and policymakers. To give you a little snapshot, if you haven't already gone into the dashboard, this is kind of one example of a question. You have on the left filters, so you can filter by country, culture material, pathogen, and resistance. And then on the top, it might have got cut off, but it's the 3 different sections. That was also how we built the survey. So you have national surveillance, national genomic surveillance, and then I just can't read. But yeah, you have an idea of what I mean. You have 2 different tabs for viewing. So you have the visuals tab that we're looking at now. So it's a bit more nice to look at, but as well, if you want the table view, you have it as well. So yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, for sure. But I can also say, like, it's a lot of data, I can imagine. And but then a lot of data on AMR. So what is then the difference between EARSnet, for example, and JAMRAI?
Okay, so we're just focusing on surveillance systems. So we want to know what makes surveillance systems, how we are harmonized in Europe, but also the main difference is EARSnet is showing actual AMR data, and we are showing how the systems are set up. So for example, the question we have here is looking at mandatory versus voluntary or no surveillance for carbapenem-resistant Klebsiella from urine samples. So you really get an idea that it's more about how systems are set up. So what we have visualized is data coming from 28 countries, 5 culture materials, 8 bacterial priority pathogens, and 12 resistances. And again, it's live on the EU-JAMRAI website, so it's really easy to find. Feel free to take a look.
Perfect. So then if I'm sitting here and I'm a partner, or really anyone working with national AMR surveillance, how would you suggest, how can I go about using this dashboard and starting to look at all the data that's in there?
Yeah, so as I said, it's easy to use when you get the hang of it, but we have come up with a little schematic for you to start with. So the first step is to explore. It takes some time to kind of get into it. If you haven't seen the survey, if you haven't seen the questions, go in, play with the filters, see what's there, read the questions, but also read the response options and kind of see how other countries are doing, which leads to the next part, compare, which is not always a nice thing, but I think it's really important in this case. You can compare with neighboring countries, you can compare with countries of similar resources or size, or you can compare, Luxembourg can compare Sweden, however you see fit. From this, you would then go on to ask the question, what are the most urgent priorities that you need on your list, so that you can act. And as well, it's important to note that you should reach out to the consortium. I think there's 120 partners. It's a huge opportunity to take action with the dashboard.
Great, so then maybe you can start filtering your favorite pathogen. Yeah. So if you're really into carbapenem-resistant Acinetobacter baumannii,
you got it.
You can find it there and see.
It's all there.
See, perfect. Okay. So what are then your plans for the future? Are you done now, or?
We're not done. We still got 2 years left. So we have a lot of, we're still going to have ongoing development of the dashboard and the inventory. So I started with inventory. It became very clear early on that a kind of evolutionary approach to the data that we had collected is really important, especially over the course of the GEMRAI timeline, to see kind of what is being changed at different national levels. But we also had feedback from partners on how some of the questions were not inclusive, or they didn't really work, or how things were phrased. So this is something we're actively working on. The dashboard itself will get a kind of, not a makeover, but we'll have a few improvements. So we are currently developing an Insights tab, which is kind of more adapted for national EU policymakers, as well, to kind of see how the data looks. It's a bit more analytical, and how the dashboard relates for implementation of EU Council recommendations. In addition to this, we have a scientific publication that our teams are working on. This is really the idea to promote the results that we got with inventory, as well to promote action and to promote the use of the dashboard. We have capacity strengthening coming up. This is led by our subtask leaders at SSI and DTU. So please keep an eye out for all of these fun things.
Great. So a lot of things planned, but if looking a little bit back at the last year, but also forward, what would you say is your biggest challenge with this work?
Yeah, so the next 2 years of GEMRAI, we're really focusing on the partners' implementation journey, so using the dashboard to make some actions in each country. Why this is a challenge for us is that we have spent the first 2 years focusing on the products and getting these things out so people can use them, but they're not done and they still need to be maintained. So for the next 2 years, we'll be wearing 2 hats, which I think is going to be a lot of work, but I'm really confident that between our teams, so we can make it happen.
Yeah, and it's also, I mean, it's going to be a really interesting shift, it sounds like, and also to hear more about, from partners, what is going on in every country and so on. So you were also saying something about the implementation of the EU Council recommendation, and I mean, that's everyone's favorite policy document. So
I brought it. I printed it and brought it with me.
Yeah. So if anyone needs it, we have it. But so how would you say that that JAMRAI supports and follows the implementation of the EU Council recommendation? Can you give some examples?
Yeah. So in the context of what we do with surveillance, we have looked at the Council recommendations, and we have 3 indicators that we're very much so focused on when it comes to the inventory that we have in the dashboard, how we promote it. So the first is the push towards mandatory surveillance for pathogens resistant to last-line treatments. We have many questions asking about mandatory versus voluntary surveillance, and it's also a tool for countries to think about making the shift from voluntary to mandatory. The second is the available data that is existing in certain countries, away from culture materials like blood and CSF into something like urine. So if we wanted to launch an expansion of AMR surveillance this is very interesting for us. And then the last is the use of AMR surveillance data for designing national treatment guidance for common infections. So again, going back to kind of patient care and using data appropriately. We have this analysis with us. It's not in our slides for today because of time, but Sophie and I will both be at the networking corners tomorrow morning and tomorrow at lunch. So please feel free to come ask us about this, and please check out the dashboard. Happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hand over to our colleagues, Lucy and Peter, to take us through the next part.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so for the second part of this session, Peter Damberg and myself, Lucy Collino, will give you an update about ESVET, the European AMR Surveillance Network in Veterinary Medicine that we are co-leading. So maybe, Peter, before we start, we should maybe remind our audience here that there is some surveillance of AMR in healthy animals at slaughter already, which has been coordinated by EFSA over more than 15 years now. So maybe to start, could you please remind us what ESVET is about, why do we need ESVET, and how ESVET is going to complement the existing surveillance of AMR in animals?
Yes, sure. Many questions. I will try to address them. So let me see. I don't know if you can see them up here, but anyway, what I'm trying to show here is a figure of JAGRA, from JAGRA, the report showing the current surveillance landscape of AMR and AMC in the EU. And I don't know if, can we get it up here? Yeah, there we are. And you can see here we have surveillance of antimicrobial consumption in animals from ESUVET, antimicrobial consumption in humans from ESACnet, and then we have surveillance of AMR in deceased humans from the ESNet, of course. And then, as you mentioned, Lucy, we also have for the healthy animals, but something is missing. We don't have from the deceased animals. And also, you can say, we don't have for our companion animals. So the current healthy animal AMR surveillance is for the food-producing animals, but we don't have any data from our pets. So you can say, why do we need this? And I've listed here multiple reasons why we need AMR data from from clinical isolates in animals. And I'm a veterinarian, so I would say the main reason is for the sake of the animals, for the health of the animals. And you could argue, if we have such surveillance, then you can say, well, if we have a problem arising, AMR emerging, then we can do something about it. We'll find out about the problem. We can establish an intervention. Such data on AMR could support any policy making. It could also support development of antimicrobial treatment guidelines. And then there could be this intervention afterwards. Again, this AMR surveillance could then show if it worked or not. And now I mentioned the veterinary part, but of course there's also a human aspect, because a lot of the pathogens that we want to look at AMR in, they are zoonotic pathogens, and the resistance mechanisms are also zoonotic. So it's actually both for the benefit of animals and humans.
Okay, thanks a lot for emphasizing this. So in JAMRAI 2, we didn't start from scratch, because ESVET was already launched during JAMRAI 1, which built the foundation for this network. In JAMRAI 1, we defined the vision, the objectives that were presented just before. We also identified a preliminary scope of bacteria we could look at with some standards, and we also conducted a pilot study. So in JAMRAI 2, we built from all the work we had done in JAMRAI 1 to move one step forward and have a second phase of development of ESVET. So maybe, Peter, could you please explain briefly the progress we have achieved for the past 2 years as part of JAMRAI 2?
Yes, so you can say one of the main differences is the size of ESVET, sorry. And you can see here, this is the scale. You can see we have 19 countries as opposed to only 9 countries in JAMRAI 1. And we have 40 partners involved as opposed to only 11 partners earlier. So it has really expanded quite a lot. Then if we look at the scope of ESVET, so I don't expect you to read all this, but this is the combination of the animals on the left, the animal species for which we look at AMR in clinical isolates. Then you see the infection, and then you see the different bacterial species we look at AMR, or we intend to look at AMR in. So we've added a few animal species. We've added horses, we've added sheep and goats, and then you can see with the red lines some bacterial species we have added as well. And then we have omitted turkeys because we thought the data source was not sufficient. Another thing we have focused on in the beginning here is what we can call harmonization activities. So we have made an ESVET manual, and this manual is actually explaining everything we're doing from the data source, the quality of the data we should get, and how to analyze it, etc. So something, we call it a living document we can update over time. In relation to that, we have an interpretation expert group because interpreting data can actually be quite complex. We intend to interpret using ECOFs, but sometimes we don't have ECOFs, so we need an alternative strategy. And then we have developed MIC plates, customized MIC plates for proficiency testing, so to sort of ensure or validate the labs, sort of quality control, but potentially also for future diagnostics to have the same susceptibility plates being used in different countries as opposed to now where it's a mixture of each country's own plates and methods.
Okay, thanks for this. So I understand you are gathering quite a lot of different data from different sources. So could you explain us what are your main challenges so far and how you are planning to address them?
Yes, and I can see I actually skipped a slide, but anyway, I can also mention this before I go to the challenges. Just to mention a few things that we also did in the last year. We have made a data sharing agreement, so getting ready to get data. We have prepared with different software to get very diverse types of data into a common format, so it'll be easier to interpret. And then we have actually launched a call last year for data, antimicrobial resistance data, from 2016 to 2024, and that call is closed, and we are now in the phase of analysis. But let's move on to the challenges. Of course, one main challenge we see is sustainability of ESVET, because right now it's part of JAMRAI, which is fine, but JAMRAI ends at some point, and we heard about this sustainability issue before. And it's definitely something we need to look into, because it's nice to look at AMR in this period I just told you, but what about after that? What about after the interventions and so on? I don't think it's worth a whole lot if we cannot look ahead and see what happens once we change policies, once we add treatment guidelines and so on. So this is really something we need to look into. And then we also have about data availability, type, interpretation, and so on, various issues, because the data sources, and the data types we're getting, they're so diverse. So it's a lot to hold on to. But as sorry? Oh, sorry, it's not loud enough, sorry. So yeah, we've started quite ambitious. We have a lot of animals, a lot of bacteria, a lot of antibiotics. We want to really include as much as possible, and then we'll see how far we get and what makes sense in terms of the analysis, and then we take it from there.
Okay, so could you briefly explain what are your plans for the second half of JAMRAI then?
Yes. So yeah, we are analyzing now the data, as you know, and once we have the data analysis ready, we'll make a report, ESVET report. We say right now third quarter of this year. So hopefully next year you will see the results with trends of AMR in different pathogens in different animals. We also have ongoing whole genome sequencing. We've sequenced, I think, 500 isolates, and we're adding sequencing data from different labs. And to look at, you can see here on the slide which combinations of bacteria and resistance we're looking at. And also to show the zoonotic relevance, because some of these we may see similarities between what we have in animals and what we see in humans. And then we're also looking into making a dashboard. So we'll have some, you can say, easier, something nice online dashboard where you can actually easier find what you're interested, which antimicrobial resistance you're interested in. Yes, and then the last slide here is just to show we have a lot of ongoing collaboration. You can see the different partners here. We are sharing our expertise. We're gaining expertise from some of these partners, and also feedback on how to interpret data, which, as I mentioned before, can be a bit tricky.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you all for listening. So if you haven't done so yet, we invite you to look at our website, which has been made available by the communication team. And of course, we are happy to take any questions, either during this meeting or also later by email. Thank you. To continue this session, so we'll have a panel discussion about the first two presentations that were made. So I will invite Sophia and Amy to please come back on the stage. And then, if you agree, we'll open the floor for discussion from the audience, either here on site or online. So we need to squeeze in the middle, is that correct? Perfect. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for really, really exciting presentations. Very, very interesting. Sorry, you're supposed to go more center, Lucy. I was curious for EARS VET. Has that been used for any kind of outbreak research across countries yet? Or is that an aim that it might facilitate looking at outbreaks?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, maybe I can respond and you can add, Peter, if you want. I don't think it has been used for outbreak investigation so far, because I think like we are collecting retrospective data from, so in this case, the first data call was from 2016 till 2024. But we have now a huge network of partners that have access to those data, that have access not only to the EPI data, so the results from antimicrobial susceptibility testing, but also potentially that have access to the strains themselves, that we could potentially request, sequence, and maybe, investigate those outbreak further. So it's definitely something I think that we could consider as well. Do you agree, Peter?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi. Yep. Thank you very much for the presentation, colleagues, for both. My question is on EARS VET. First of all, we are looking forward as Commission to the report and the analysis of that data. I think that can give us some tangible information that it could be useful for us. And my question is more technical. I'm just curious, when you presented this Excel table with types of infections, I have two questions about it. First of all, how or why did you choose this particular type of infections? And why in dog and cats you didn't include any digestive infection? Because it seems quite logical as a potential zoonotic infection for humans.
Well, yeah, I can answer. So we had a discussion in the group about the scope, because the scope was actually defined at the beginning of JAMRAI 2, and then we sort of threw it up in the air at the first meeting we had in Paris, and discussed what data do we have and what data do we have sufficient amounts of. what would make sense to include. So it was sort of a joint decision, consensus-based decision on which combinations of animals and bacteria we should include. Some people said that we've included too many combinations that is difficult to get an overview of, and we might have sometimes we will get data where we only have 2 countries to compare. And this is how it is, because you can say we are, in a way, we are more ambitious than ESNet, because we have more combinations, right? But yeah, about the digestive pathogens, I don't think we discussed that really, did we, Lucy?
Like the scope is not limited in terms of infection types, so we are limiting on a combination of animal species and bacteria, but for now we ask the partners to send information either on the type of samples or the type of infection, because some have one or the other or both, and then we'll, from these present the results in the most relevant way depending on how well the type of infection is being informed. So that's the way we're addressing things. That said, the scope is not set in stone. We're learning by doing. This is the first really large data call we're doing. So depending on data availability, also how the epidemiology of AMR is evolving, it's something we can adjust in the future. So that's flexible, I would say.
Okay, I have the micro already. My name is Tim Eckmanns from the National Public Health Institute in Germany, the Robert Koch Institute. Thank you very much for the presentation. For the second, for the year's WED, I'm very much involved from the countryside in EARSnet, and my recommendation is not to make it too complicated, because we are running very good with a very easy system, and it's good if most of the countries or all the countries can join. And if there are only 2 countries, then it's questionable. I have one question for you. How much of the antibiotics are given to companion animals and how much to livestock animals? Do you know this comparison? Because I often ask the people and they don't know, and I don't know. It's probably much less than 10%, or do you know how much it is? Antibiotics are given to livestock animals, and perhaps it's different in Europe. Do we have one number for Europe, or? And I have another question to the dashboard, but perhaps first this.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. I know. Sorry? 4%.
4%.
Okay.
So in terms of volumes, it's much smaller. Depends a bit how you count it. Is it doses or volume, as always? But yeah, it's smaller in companion animals than in livestock. However, at least for France, I can say that while there's been a lot of progress on reducing antibiotic use in livestock, it's really not the case in companion animal, where the use is rather flat or almost sometimes increasing. So it's like, okay, maybe the volume is smaller, but I think it's still of interest that, companion animals are also part of the overall picture. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe I can add, at least from a Danish perspective, that, one thing is the volume, but it's also the types of antibiotics being used. I know that fluoroquinolones and third generation cephalosporins, companion animals in Denmark account for more than 50% of total use in animals, even though we produce 30 million pigs per year and many chicken and so on. So it's not just the amount, but it's also there's also a difference in the types of antibiotics. In general, more broad spectrum antibiotics are used, at least in Denmark, and I assume in many other countries for companion animals.
But I think the risk is that the point of view is moved from livestock to companion, but I think the bigger problem is in livestock and antibiotic use in livestock. But I'm not sure. I think something like this is perhaps not so complicated to get this data. The other, for the dashboard, I wonder what is the sustainability concept for the dashboard, because of course something it should go to the ECDC, because at the ECDC we have great dashboards and all the things, and on this website we are looking for numbers, and now to have another dashboard elsewhere, I don't know who will look at this because we will look at the ECDC dashboard. Thank you.
First of all, I think that the information in EARSnet and in the JAMRAI dashboard are very complementary. It's not the same. And it also includes like information on more culture materials. So it's more about like looking at what do we need to work on in order to have a better surveillance in Europe. And regarding the sustainability, thanks, I think that's a really interesting question and something we think about a lot, of course. But we are also trying like not to get ahead of ourselves, because in order to have sustainability, we have to create a product that is actually useful, because there's no point in getting all stressed about sustainability before we have a product that people are happy with, that people are using. And we are doing really what we can with it's completely open source. We are sharing the code. It's very easy to copy, and it's quite low maintenance to sort of host, and it doesn't cost us anything. So we are also trying to just develop it in a way so that it would be easy to sort of for someone to take over, or for someone else to keep running, or for us to keep running. So that's the answer right now. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe last question.
Oh, I also have a mic.
Sorry, I can't see.
I'm here. Hi, Roosmarijn from the Netherlands. Congratulations on the dashboard. Maybe to help also share this story with my colleagues, could you describe a few real-life work situations where you foresee for a policy officer or researcher, okay, this is the time where this dashboard is useful for you, so we can make it a bit more practical. When do I open this?
No, but there's a few, like the best examples I think is the ones highlighted in the end, connected to mandatory surveillance or expansion of surveillance. And it could be done, for example, if you're interested in where are your country when it comes to notifiable surveillance of AMR pathogens, how do you compare to other countries, if that's an interest. And then you could open the dashboard and pick a pathogen, for instance, carbapenem-resistant Klebsiella, because we've been talking about that. Then you could instantly see which countries already have mandatory surveillance of this pathogen from blood, from urine, from lower respiratory tract infections, and then get a baseline for so these are the countries that have this. It's in the council recommendation that this is something that we should achieve, and you can see which countries have voluntary and which countries are lacking the surveillance. And then you could like go through your favorite pathogens and just get like a picture and see, okay, so our country is ahead on this, but we really need to move forward on this other aspect. And there's a lot of more examples, but this is, I think, a way where you could start exploring if you're a surveillance person.
So we take last question from Diamantis, and we really need to hurry up. Okay?
Thank you. I will be very quick. Thank you very much. I think it was, and I think it will be useful, especially now we're looking in expanding to other samples. So the question there is, I think, if you have foreseen expanding a bit and including attributes like degree of automation of the data, coverage, or representativeness, because I think this will be very helpful if someone is considering how to expand in other samples in addition, on top of, for example, blood cultures. Because then I think with blood cultures we're quite used to them, but with other samples there are, I think the scope gets much broader.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a really great point. It's there. So we have population coverage and geographical representativeness. And so if, for example, we wanted to think about expansion out of blood and into something, or to expand and include urine, we can already see the countries that say they have a very high 75 to 100% coverage of data for this. So it's already there. For automation, it's definitely something we can think about adding into the questionnaire that we send out.
There is a question on real-time systems, which countries have them in place, and also a lot of things relating to patient data, national guidance. So it's, come and visit us.
We will show you everything.
In the corner we can show.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
We'll take them.
I'll give it.
After this, we'll open a moving company, right?
To start the next session, the environment, which has been mentioned. Sorry. We are going to move on to the third sector, the environment. Can we maybe have a slide first? My name is Heike Schmidt. I'm from the National Institute of Public Health and the Environment in the Netherlands, and we're doing this together with...
Yeah, my name is Roosmarijn Luiken. So, Heike, I joined JAMRAI 6 months after the start, and you were there in the beginning, designed this work package together with Christophe Dagot. Why? Why do we need to address AMR in the environment, AMR surveillance?
Yeah, actually when we designed this, it was obvious that there were very little continuous governmental-driven surveillance efforts in the environment, and there was also very little guidance on how to do so. And on the other hand, what we know is that the environment can act as a transmission route when antimicrobial resistant bacteria or resistance genes are introduced with human wastewater or animal waste, and humans are exposed, for example, through recreation. The environment could also act as a source of emerging mechanisms of resistance. But actually, what we don't know is the extent of this transmission. So in the way, the environment is actually the black dot because we don't know everything about its full role.
Yeah, so indeed, and that's why we started designing core elements for a common approach of environmental surveillance of AMR.
And did that actually mean that we then went to choose targets, like we heard, for example, ESBL-resistant E. coli?
No, and that question has been asked a lot, what targets? But we say we first need to have the objective clear. Surveillance can have several objectives. So we need to talk about what is the objective. And to complicate things, the environment is not one thing, of course. There's many compartments, groundwater, surface water, soil, and there's many subcompartments. So we say we need to have this couple and we need to prioritize this couple, which compartment with which objective. If we know that, we can talk about the characteristics of a target that fits this objective. And if we know that, we can talk about the targets.
So actually you mean we have to take a step back and first define objectives and compartments, and then we can choose the appropriate indicators.
Yes. We already heard about complicated questionnaires, also from our work package. There was last year going around long questionnaires. Heike, can you share some results out of these questionnaires?
Yes, of course. And if you want to know more, then also we will show some results in a dashboard that is also not yet published and finalized. But what we saw when we asked countries whether they have existing activities in AMR surveillance, actually quite a number of countries had these activities. And what we can see is that mainly these were directed at wastewater and also surface water. But what we also know that the approaches taken are quite diverse, and at least we have something to start with.
But does that mean that actually the countries already have environmental surveillance in place?
Actually, not from a governmental perspective. So still it held true that there are very few governmental-driven surveillance activities indeed.
So this means there's a need for setting some and prioritizing jointly some core elements of a common approach.
Indeed, and that is also why we continued with our approaches. We also continued with running a second questionnaire, now directed at experts defining their ideal future system of environmental surveillance. And here we see some answers of experts where we see that actually some combinations of compartments and objectives of surveillance were chosen by many of them, among them to provide information about patterns and trends in AMR in, for example, wastewater and surface waters. So actually, and what we also did, we used our own group to perform prioritization exercises where we went to similar exercises. So we had 3 pieces of information, existing studies, future ideas, and our own work to come up with a common approach. And actually, we would like to show you this approach here, and I would invite you to do so.
Yes, I will make a start. So here we present some of the core elements of our first common approach for environmental AMR surveillance in Europe. We want to emphasize that this, what we present, these results, is a prioritization out of those many options we had in objectives, in compartments, in targets that exist in environmental surveillance. As often we cannot do it all, and that's why we deemed it necessary to prioritize. And we hope that these priorities can serve as an advice for member states initializing environmental surveillance. If you want to start, where could you begin? Our first priority is surveillance in surface water, with the most prioritized objective to collect data to feed into human risk assessment. For example, by determining concentrations to which humans are exposed to while recreating in water. The second prioritized objective is to collect data on AMR trends in the environment. And the most prioritized targets fitting these objectives were third generation resistant cephalosporin-resistant E. coli and a panel of relevant resistance genes. And this is our first priority and our first advice in this common approach that we have written. The second priority described is raw wastewater. But Heike, I have always learned wastewater is not part of the environment. Can you explain?
Yes, indeed. Wastewater has a special status within the environmental arena, let's say, because actually if you use it, if you think it can be used to derive information about carriers of AMR in the human population, then it's not really a truly environmental compartment. On the other hand, it's recently become very important due to the recast of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, which foresees a mandatory surveillance of AMR in wastewater, with the goal to generate more information, more knowledge on the roles of treatment plants and the environment. It's also addressed in another joint action project, EU-WISH, which is devoted to wastewater surveillance in its entirety. And we also observed that there's actually quite an overlap between the experts working on environmental surveillance and the ones working on wastewater surveillance of AMR. So actually what we did, we joined forces to come up with our prioritized approach towards wastewater surveillance of AMR between these 2 joint actions.
Interesting. So what are the priorities set for wastewater?
For raw wastewater, untreated wastewater, the prioritized objectives were to indeed determine trends of AMR, but then in the human population, in the human community, and also detect emerging forms of AMR, use that as a kind of sentinel for emergence. The targets, therefore, were also slightly different. Carbapenemase producing Enterobacterales are the target by culture, and also metagenomic analysis were mentioned much more often than for the environment, but also experts foresee in monitoring of certain genes. Yeah, so this is our first start of a common strategy. Does that actually mean our work is finished within JAMRAI? Is that our deliverable and we are going to stop here?
No. Surprise. No. This document, we believe, is a great start. But it's also a living document. It's in development. And one of the things we're going to do to optimize these advices is start a pilot. And we are really happy that within JAMRAI we can start a pilot on environmental and wastewater surveillance. So in this pilot we will test parts of this common approach. We will sample surface water, wastewater, measuring ESBL and CPE. And by doing this,
also one of the aims is that we hope that we build capacity and awareness and knowledge within the labs and the countries of the member states within our group. Going back to my first question, why are we doing this? Heike, can you share something? Do you believe that a pilot will be valuable for reaching our goals?
Yes, definitely. Of course, it's a pilot, so it will not generate as much information as we would ideally like to generate, but still we think it will generate information that will help comparing countries with respect to their exposure of humans through recreation, for example, and with respect to trends in wastewater. But also the process itself might be important, because undergoing such a process will also help engaging with other stakeholders in other domains.
Yes, indeed. We also hope that a pilot in our member states will be a conversation starter. As we already heard, sometimes the conversation with the environmental domain can be difficult of where to start. So we also hope that this pilot can be a conversation starter. And in the last 2 years, we tried to put some effort, a lot of effort in the collaboration and conversation with the other One Health domains, because for the environmental domain, it's not possible to do without. And we will keep continuing doing this.
And this is also what we'd like to end with, just mentioning that this is a totally collaborative exercise. This was based on a common approach of all of us, which is nice, and we are really keen to reach out to you and hear your opinions and your inputs, and looking forward to further collaborating with our co-task leaders and JAMRAI. And actually, without JAMRAI, exactly this large collaboration would not have been possible, reaching out to so many countries. So that's one of the great assets of this network. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ladies, for this update on environmental surveillance. And so for the next part of this session, which will be the first one, I'm welcoming Moira Kelly. Thanks, Moira, for being with us. Moira works at Sensano, and we're collating an activity to integrate surveillance data together. So we heard about surveillance in human, animal, and the environment, but how are these surveillance data getting together? That's what we'll try to explain a little bit in this session. So thanks, Moira, for being with us. In the last General Assembly last year, you explained that an important step to building One Health surveillance of AMR was to identify your One Health network, your programs and actors. So what have you learned so far about the surveillance landscape in participating countries?
Yeah, thank you. So I think the main take-home message is maybe not that surprising. The situation is really different in different countries. So I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides data from the 17 countries that completed this exercise. And here, for example, we can see coverage. So along the top, we've divided the data by sector, and there's subsectors on the bottom. And the color of the square shows the type of data. So if there's a colored square, that means that there is at least one surveillance program collecting that type of data in that subsector. And you can see that it varies quite a lot. There are some columns where there is data collected in every single country, and the vast majority of these are outlined in red. And those are the countries where it's mandatory, the subsectors where it's mandatory by European legislation to have surveillance. But when we look at coverage in general, I think, as you might guess from our previous subtask leads, the coverage is most full within the human sector. We see more gaps in the animal sector, especially in companion animals, and then in the environment, that's really where we see this most variation between different countries. But of course, it's not just, is there at least one surveillance program collecting data? What the surveillance landscape can look very different. So here we're looking at the number of programs. And the first bar, for example, the first bar is a program collecting resistance data in the human sector. And the length of the bar indicates the number of programs. So in some countries, we have one program where all of the data on AMR, whatever the setting within humans, is collected in one place. And in other countries, we have 30 different programs that are all collecting data. And of course, just a key point, this does not mean more programs, does not mean a better surveillance system or more data or more coverage, but it does have really important implications. Our main goal is to support countries in developing these One Health networks and reports, and that task is going to look very different if you have 5 surveillance programs in total in your country or if you have 50. So the most important thing is that each country has an overview of who is collecting data, what type of data. We also looked at some of the characteristics of these surveillance programs. So, for example, whether they're mandatory or voluntary, if they're on a national or subnational level, whether they're for resistance data an active or passive monitoring system. Most importantly, is the data open access? Because, of course, we want to bring this data together in a One Health report, so that's important to know. If they already have whole genome sequencing data, and also if they report to a supranational system. So in all of these things, we see quite a lot of variation. In some countries, for example, all of the systems, the only systems active are those that are reporting to a supranational system, and in others that actually only represents a very small proportion, they have a lot of additional national level surveillance programs. So yeah, variation, that's the key message.
Okay. So considering there is so much variation from one country to the next, what are you doing in JAMRAI to try to harmonize the way One Health reporting of AMR is being implemented?
Yeah, so one of the things we're currently finalizing at the moment is we're trying to select a small number of indicators that are really One Health indicators, which countries can report data from at least 2 sectors relating to resistance and consumption data. And this was really actually a task that came to us as a request from the participants to really collectively prioritize where we see this additional value that Sophia was talking about of joint analysis and reporting. So we're supporting countries in prioritizing, but a nice secondary bonus is that if we're all using the same metrics, we'll be able to get this overview across participating countries and other countries that maybe follow our recommendations. Most importantly, we're trying to align these with other international efforts. We don't want this to be an additional burden for countries. And of course, they need to be useful. So we're selecting indicators of political, social, and intersectoral relevance, and that are feasible for countries to collect with their current systems that are in place.
Okay. So beyond those One Health indicators and realizing that countries are at different stages of developing their One Health report, right? Some have One Health report for years already, some have nothing, are just starting. So how can you collectively, identify areas for improvement that you can build upon and hopefully improve during JAMRAI 2?
Yeah, so of course we have meetings and we talk and we see where we're all finding problems or where things that are already developed in one country and not so developed in another. But to try to sort of formalize this, we asked countries to also do a One Healthness assessment using a tool called the One Health EpiCap tool. This is actually a tool developed in a previous European project in the European Joint Partnership One Health Matrix. And our main objective here really is that this is a tool that performs a semi-quantitative assessment in terms of the organization, operation, and impact of a One Health surveillance system. But really what it does is it allows you to bring together all of these different actors from the different sectors and to have sort of a structured discussion where you analyze your weaknesses and strengths, and you can prioritize your activities. So what comes out of it is a list of your priorities of what next steps you can take to build your capacity in terms of One Health, which I think sometimes can be quite a difficult roadmap to map. But it has, again, a nice secondary objective, which, because we've all used the same tool, we all have these same scores. Together we can look at this data and say, okay, where do we see that all countries are actually finding this a bit hard? And when we look at the data, what we see is that in most countries, the highest scores are in operations. So actually a lot of countries already have some form of One Health network, in some cases already a report, where they are sharing knowledge, they are communicating between sectors. But actually they score lower on the organization, so especially the formalization, the documentation. In some cases, the roles aren't shared very well between different sectors, and especially in terms of dedicated resources for One Health surveillance. And then the lowest scores we see are in impact. Like you say, a lot of countries are very early on in this process. A lot of countries either have no report yet or they have had their first ever One Health report within the last 18 months. So of course, you can't expect things to be impactful from the very beginning. And it's also quite hard to assess impact, especially using a very general tool for a specific problem. So in some ways, it's not surprising that those were the lowest scores, but it's still useful for us to know. But it definitely highlighted some common strengths. So like I said, actually a lot of countries have really effective intersectoral communication, and this was really highlighted as a strength. And the nice thing about it was that lots of countries said that their most positive impact was the collaborative additional value that comes from having this effective communication and knowledge sharing between sectors. We certainly saw some common weaknesses, especially between like the sharing of methods and data between sectors, integrated analysis, having dedicated resources just for One Health surveillance. In most cases, people are doing this as like an additional activity on top of their main surveillance program. And like I said, in terms of external impact.
Okay, so building on those common weaknesses that you have identified, what's your plan for the next 2 years? How are you planning to facilitate capacity building?
So because we do have countries that are in really different stages, we have decided to sort of split our work up into 4 different groups. And we've identified 4 priorities that were all shared by a group of countries. So we're going to have 4 working groups. The first one is really about establishing a One Health network and report. So those countries that are really in the early stages, hopefully they can learn from each other to help set their priorities and their goals for this report. But also we can bring in some of the countries that, like you say, have much more established reports. And hopefully by learning from each other, we can streamline, that establishing stage. We also going to have a group about developing integrated analysis, where hopefully we'll support countries in performing national level GIACRA-like analyses. A lot of countries, I think you've heard a lot about dashboards. Dashboards seem to be very popular, and a lot of countries wanted to have a way to be able to share their data in a really interactive way, particularly with policymakers. So we have a working group where we're going to write a template for a simple interactive dashboard for AMR and AMC data, and also organize trainings for the national coordinator within each country so that this dashboard can really be implemented on a national level. And then our last working group is about One Health whole genome sequencing surveillance, which is really about understanding the enablers and the barriers, so where people are and where different countries are in terms of incorporating whole genome sequencing. And from our first discussions, we really see that actually those barriers may be less on the technical side and more on the data sharing side. And so I think one of the key sort of goals for that group is to develop recommendations that can hopefully really support national level policy level discussions, because of course, the policy varies per country and the data sharing agreements will really vary per country. And so we want to be able to support that within the GIACRA framework.
Okay, excellent. I think that closes this session. So thanks everybody for listening, and then we'll open the second panel discussion. Well, I will invite again a colleague from environmental surveillance to come here on the stage so we can take your questions. Thank you. So is there any question on environmental surveillance or cross-sectoral surveillance, either here on site or online? We can't see you, so please just shout out and we'll listen.
Yeah, thank you. This is Ricardo Carapeto. I work in the Spanish Medicine Agency. It's a question for the last presenter about integrated analysis. And you were mentioning the GIACRA report, and how were you thinking to do it with environmental surveillance to integrate in the analysis? If you are trying to develop a methodology by yourself, or to do something in conjunction with the GIACRA, or I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can answer. Maybe Moira can add as well. I guess maybe some of you are aware already, but I think there's a plan for the next European GIACRA to include some environmental surveillance data. So hopefully that will inspire also the work we are doing. Well, obviously, we know we work also across tasks, so we are looking closely at the progress being done in the environmental surveillance to align the indicators that we want to include into One Health surveillance reports. From the mapping which has been done, I mean, the AMR data available now is quite limited, but there's a lot of capacity building being done, including a pilot that will come soon that will generate those data, and want to make sure that this data can be integrated into those One Health surveillance reports. So whenever they're ready, we're happy to include these. And obviously we're talking to each other to sort of align the indicators that are relevant to the different sectors. Yeah, do you want to add?
Yeah, maybe to add to this, obviously some approaches of the JAMRAI reports don't work for the environment because there's no deliberate use of antimicrobials apart from very rare occasions, maybe, in fruits trees. So the general approach of linking usage to resistance doesn't work. And also we have to acknowledge that actually many of the bacteria we find in the environment come from humans and animals. It's not a reservoir in itself, often for many of the species we look at. So actually we have to think how to include that in JAMRAI wisely, and maybe we need also additional approaches where we more look at human exposure estimates rather than trying to link the phenotypes or genotypes or resistance levels across the different reservoirs. So a challenge.
Mm-hmm. And maybe if I can stress just something, we're not, like our goal in cross-sectoral surveillance is not to perform JAMRAI analysis at the European level. I mean, there's an interagency working group working on this. Our role is to facilitate and implement cross-sectoral surveillance at national level. So we're trying to learn from countries who have been, progressing on this to inspire others and hopefully improve collectively so that hopefully by the end of JAMRAI, each participating country can have a One Health surveillance report with relevant indicators to be included.
Here, Ernesto Liebana from EFSA. Just to thank you very much for the excellent updates that you have all given. I wanted to clarify on JAMRAI and the environmental part. The expectations are perhaps too high. JAMRAI 5 is coming at the end of this year, and all we are doing is involving the European Environmental Agency in our discussions. They are members of the working group with the idea to discuss some of the things that Heike has highlighted right now, that not all the correlation analysis that we are doing are relevant, but also the type of data that we collect is very different, and we are seeing more and more that the surveillance in the environmental compartment is going more towards molecular methods, towards things which are not directly comparable with the type of data that we collect now. The idea is that perhaps there will be a JAMRAI 6, probably quite different to what JAMRAI 5 is, because we are also having to make this report more sharp, easier, and less complex, and we may home into some of these individual, let's say, directions of comparisons in that diagrams you have seen, where perhaps only one of the comparisons will be relevant for the environment, and we will try to bring that type of data in this JAMRAI 6, which will come in 2 or 3 years' time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this is a really fascinating area. I was wondering about environmental surveillance, because you mentioned for wastewater, especially as one of the objectives to monitor antimicrobial resistance in the human population. How do you foresee this to be quantitative or only qualitative? And then, if it would be quantitative, do we know enough about how to quantify, for example, the genetic, the resistome in the wastewater? Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting question. First of all, can it be quantitative? Yes, it can be quantitative. And what we advocate is actually not only using genetic elements, which also can be quantified, but also really taking indicators that are directly comparable to human and animal surveillance, that is culturable, for example, carbapenem-resistant Enterobacterales, and these can be quantified indeed, because I think one of the most important applications would indeed be to identify trends in time, and then you have to quantify for sure, yes.
Thank you very much. I was just curious about the pilot for the environment, if you will be working with the European Commission to regarding the Urban Wastewater Directive. So will your pilot inform the implementation of the Urban Wastewater Directive?
Now here we are at a close shave, because the Wastewater Directive moves at an incredibly quick time frame. So the implementation guideline will probably have to be ready this summer. this is exactly when we start our pilot. So I think we will just for timing not be able to provide the full results. On the other hand, also what we have been hearing about the UWPTD implementation is that the actual monitoring only takes place starting in 2028, and probably it also will require regular updates as it is such a new area. So we are definite that we can feed into this process at one or the other stage, and we have already done so. So we have already contributed with the first results of WISH and JAMRAI to the stage as it is now, and we will continue to do so.
Yeah, just to add on that, in WISH we did a similar prioritization exercise, but then just for wastewater, raw wastewater, treated wastewater. And this was done a bit in advance of what we are now doing in JAMRAI. So that was done last year and was for at least the member states in those groups in good timing to really get things going on in their own country, to think about these targets and comment on the recommendations that are going around. Yeah.
It may be nice to say that some of the decisions and discussions we had actually made it into the country comments. So we are sure that we are feeding into that process.
I think there's time for one last question, if there is one.
If there is time, I may take the opportunity to ask for a question I couldn't ask in the previous one, and it's about ERSVET. And I think it's about the sustainability. I think we all realize that one of the, as it has been presented now also, there's a lot of difference in uptaking of surveillance programs, whether they are voluntary or they are mandated by law. And I think one of the challenges is that there is no legal instrument for implementing surveillance in veterinary pathogens. So my question is, after all these fact-finding and conversations you had with different member states, what is your feeling about the likelihood of such a system running on voluntary basis for a number of years? How many countries will be willing to collect data, report data, and contribute to an European-wide report, similar to what was done with SBAC, for example, at the beginning, that for many years was voluntary, and it was an incremental number of countries. What is your feeling about that? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very good question. Thank you. Well, I think we have to show the value, right? So that's really what we're working on right now. We're working very hard to try to make the process easy. That's one step, and then hopefully the results interesting and relevant for those contributing. Whether we should make it mandatory or not, I think it's quite hard, right, to make it mandatory. I can maybe share the experience from France, where we have been running the RESAPAT network, which is about surveillance of AMR in animal pathogen, and this has been running for more than 40 years now, voluntarily. It's not mandatory in France, because the labs, those providing the data, they see the value. They have a lot of support, technical support on how to do antimicrobial susceptibility testing, for example. We trained them, we organized inter-laboratory quality assessment, and they come a lot for that, to get that support on how to do AST testing in animal pathogens correctly. So, they get something out of it. It's not only, a big machine with a lot of burden of work to send the data, all of this we know takes time. But, the other way around, they also get something out of it. And, having this technical support on AST testing, for example, is a big added value for them. So, building on the experience from some countries, France, but also others, we have been doing this for several years on a voluntary basis. We are hoping that we can convince more countries that this is important, we can do it and try to make it easy and hopefully useful for those countries. Thanks. Before we finish this session, I just wanted to share a few concluding remarks to close this session. So back to our initial mission, which was phrased by Sophia, for our surveillance activities in JAMRAI, The ultimate goal is to improve the usability, quality and scope of each sector surveillance, and ultimately to put this together into an integrated One Health surveillance. You have heard a lot of ongoing activities, and I can say proudly that we have made quite big achievements during the first half of JAMRAI. There was a lot of mapping activities. You heard about JAMRAI in the human sector, but also mapping in the environment and also across sector. So mapping is a tough exercise, takes time, but I think it's useful for each country to know where they are, what are the data providers, and where are the gaps. So we can build on this mapping to learn from most advanced countries and hopefully improve towards harmonization. So we proposed key indicators, for example, for surveillance in the environment or cross sectors. We also proposed harmonized AST panels and interpretation criteria, and also developed our first ESVET manual. And we also have improved towards joint data analysis since we closed our first ESVET data call. So that was an important milestone achieved a couple of months ago. So for the future plans, the second half of JAMRAI 2 will really be dedicated to implementation. We heard there will be pilot testing for natal surveillance. We heard about capacity building activities with different workshops, for example, on how to build your national interactive dashboard, or you do your sort of Jack-alike integrated analysis. And obviously, we'll also publish our first ESVET and ESINF reports. And last but not least, we want to start now thinking about sustainability beyond JAMRAI 2. That was mentioned several times, not only for the tools that are being developed, but also for the networks that we have started creating. So how you can help? Well, there's quite a large audience here with different roles. We think that for competent authorities, we would like to make you we would like you to make sure that One Health surveillance of AMU and AMR is a priority of your national action plan, and also to make use or good use of your JAMRAI budget. We are currently underspending in JAMRAI 2, so there is time, there is budget, and there is resources, so we have to go for it, really. For national agencies and affiliated entities, please do engage into national implementation. Work package and task leaders, we're here to facilitate the process, but we need partners to engage and really take ownership of what is being done. So it's not sufficient to you do your mapping and your questionnaire and then, yeah, I'm done. No, it's actually you take the results of your questionnaire and your mapping, and you learn your gaps and you build on them to implement and hopefully improve by the end of JAMRAI. So ownership really we think is critical for the success of JAMRAI 2, and it's really a call here to move towards ownership. And for external stakeholders, so let's talk about synergies with JAMRAI surveillance activities. We are very happy to collaborate. And as mentioned already several times, we think your support will be key to sustain our work. So we are very happy to talk about this during this General Assembly, and especially during the stakeholder forum organized on Friday morning. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, the surveillance team, for all this amazing work. So we are at the end of this first day, and wow, what an afternoon. We went from policies to access and One Health surveillance. You have shown that how committed you are, and Benjamin, be sure that we are all embark in your car to drive across the bridge and to be successful at the end for the patients, animals or human, obviously, and for a really sustainable future. So now I have good news. It's time to relax. And you can also continue the discussion, obviously. And so I want to thank the Austrian team who has prepared the social event. So I invite you to join the cocktail upstairs when you had lunch. And so tomorrow we continue. So we expect you at 8:45 sharp. But we can welcome you from 8 for coffee. And I also invite you after the cocktail, when you leave the building, to take one example, one book of the amazing sketching AMR campaign. As I told before, we have done the first official opening this morning at the University of Vienna. It's really amazing, and you will see the book. It's just, yeah, wow. So you have books, one per person, please, not 2 or 3 per person, 1 per person. So you can leave with one book just after the cocktail. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 8:45.